Right. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, I think I'm going to end up having to get a new charting software. Hold on just a second. I'm not able to be live on TikTok right now. It didn't kick me off, but I switched over to Streamlabs from OBS. And the reason being is I can't get my chat and all those other things working in OBS for whatever reason. So, chat. Okay, good. All right. Sweet. So, I have access to all of it now. This is this is good stuff. But I can't stream to, let's see here. I need the chat box and I need to blow that up a little bit. Sorry. Trying to get all of this working. Now let's try it. See if it works. Okay. Now, we'll just kind of play it by ear, see how that works, see how everybody likes it. But at least I have a chat now, but I can't get it into TikTok yet because I don't have everything up and operational in. I don't have everything operational yet in OBS. So at least now I should have chat on the screen, should be at least partially okay. We'll see how all of this works out for now. Okay. So the charting software, I can't replay Deep Dome and Deep Charts at the same time. It won't let me. And I would really like to have the volume profiling and the charts up. So I'm wondering if maybe I need to get another charting software. And if I do, I'm going to end up getting ATAS, however you pronounce it. I'm not even quite sure how they pronounce it. But I need futures. And I want the heat map. And now my question is, what is the difference between Pro and Ultra? And so if we have Pro, three active connections to exchanges and data providers, infinite number of connections. I only need one. I will never use more than 12 indicators on a chart. So do I want the Ultra? I mean, I might as well just go ahead and get the Ultra if I'm going to do that. But let me think on that. Let me see what I'm going to do. But I really want to go ahead and get into this replay. So let's go ahead and hit play. And what we have here is we already have all of our setups, right? We have a breakout possibly happening here to the upside, but then we reverted back into value. But when we reverted back into value, we're finding support and unfair lows. And so I'm anticipating price action to come down and possibly test into the 274 area, or we can absolutely find support here off of value area high, well, off of the low volume within value and move back up and push higher. So we're kind of in one of those market shifts again, and we need to be a little careful because of that. And that's where we're currently at. So now it's a matter of time of just waiting for the 740 or the 945 and then to move into the trading session. And I really wish I had the deep dome up, but there's no way of utilizing both of them at the same time. Unless there is. Okay, good. They weren't bringing up their replay data at the same time was the problem. So we do have some potential rejection down here at the low. And I want to look at the bobbles real quick. I want to see. Let me see here. Maybe it's under the heat map. There's too many. The problem is there's too many bubbles on here. Let's try this. Okay, at 50 there's not enough. So let's try 25. Okay, that's better. Let's try 15. And 10. Okay, so we have an auction here. I want to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and buy one here. We're in the minis instead of the micros. Hey, Lincoln, how's it going? It is good to see you. Oh, yes. The chat is working. The chat is working. Good. How's it going? I hope you're having a great weekend. I am in a long here off of the open, and I'm going to start scaling this. We're up 595 right now, 240. In the micros, there's nothing really to scale, but I really want to be scaling into and out of these positions. I'm watching the heat map as well on my other screen, and I can't put all the information all at once on both, unfortunately. Moving my stop down here a little bit, just waiting to kind of see what this is going to do. I'm in a little bit higher than I want to be at the moment, but that's kind of what happens when you get stopped out of your position a little earlier than you wanted to be. We do have some buyers stepping in here at the highs. Price action is starting to move higher. We've got another more buyers here on the heat map as well. I'm going to give this a little bit more room instead of moving my stop as aggressively. I don't want to lose my position again. I really wanted to be in down here. But, you know, it is what it is. I don't want to take an expense once we're up 370. The problem is the market is still fairly volatile and bouncing around a lot. So I need to give it a little bit more room. I'm going to go ahead and put it in here around the 80. We're already up 400. I don't want to lose this position. And yeah, I'm just going to keep getting stopped out on the pullbacks, which means that I still have to continue to re-enter the position over and over again as I'm basically just scalping in and out of the market, which is not my intention. I would much rather be holding for a longer term. The market's not allowing me to do that right now. I kind of find that the micros are a little easier to manage than the minis. The minis seem to be a little bit more wild, a little bit more volatile than I'm finding the information, or not the information, but the that I'm finding on the micros. You always keep an eye on when I connect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Lincoln. I mean, truly, I appreciate you being here and just the support and those type of things. If you have questions, let me know. It's weird, right? Because I'm trying to watch the heat map. I'm trying to watch the charts here. The volatility is kind of getting me in and out when I really want to be able to hold on to these positions. So yeah, I kind of got a lot of things going on right now. So I apologize for, not being able to respond immediately on chat. I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you though, because that's the last thing that I want to do. All right. So we came back in and we tested the areas of the strong buying in the first place. I really wanted to be in around the 3080. I was in around 30,080. I was in around that area, around the 10, what was it? The 110s, the 115s. Lost my position. And now I'm trying to maintain the position, looking for a continuation higher. So when we look at the volume profiling, right, what we're doing right now is we're holding this area of support. So we created a breakout. We created the breakout. Price action is just going to continue to come against me here. And I don't want to get stopped out of this position. But the risk at 1365, even on one. Now, what we did is come down, make lower lows. Price action starting to see some buyers in here, but we're cycling back down to lows again. This is going to definitely stop me out of the position. All right. The volatility of this time frame of these bars, of this NASDAQ in general, goodness, Give me a second. And it's weird, right? Trying to dial into the footprints and the heat map at the same time. I'm having a rather difficult time putting both of those together. Now the heat map is telling me I should be long at this point in time. I'm actually in an area in the 30-minute of a market shift. And anytime that, you talk about market shifts, I talk about these are the most difficult times for me to trade because the market is telling me short, but it's also telling me long at the same time in the same area. So we came up, we found rejection off of the highs. We're anticipating price action to come down off of this area and move back into value. Price action is moving back into value, which is absolutely great. But this bottom area is going to either act as support or resistance. And that's at 919. What is that price at? It's just under 30,000, which we just tested. Price action at the open right here. Price action is holding these lows at the moment and now moving higher. So we kind of have both things going on at the same time. And so I'm trying to watch the heat map. I'm trying to watch the footprints. I'm not doing a very good job of either one of them at the moment. But it is what it is. And I might need to go back over to the micro because the micro seems to be less jittery. So I want to see this trade through, and then I'm going to pop over to the micros and see if that changes anything for the reading of the heat map, because I was reading the heat map really well in the micros yesterday, and then that changed. And I might need to change the font on the chat too. I think the chat's a little bit too big on the screen when you're chatting, when you're typing in the chat. So Lincoln, if you want to give me some feedback on that, I can do that after the stream on what you think. TikTok, I can't stream at the moment. I can't stream TikTok because the stream key is needed in Streamlabs. I can't get OBS to do all the stuff that I need to with the chat and the follow, the alerts. And so I'm working on all of that too. And then I'm trying to be here for the trading as well. My mind is a little bit all over the place at the moment. And I'm having a lot more difficult time reading the heat map in the mini comparatively to the macro. Let me see if that changes. Let's just get out of the position. Let it stop me out. Beautiful. So stopped out of the position. That's fine. I want to go in, pause this, reset everything. We're going to go back to 930 on both the heat map and here, and we're going to go into the micros. And I just want to see if the micros are a little bit less volatile. But the dome, the heat map's still playing. So let's... I don't know why it's not shutting off. This is why I might need to go to a different platform like a TAS or however you pronounce it. I'm not even sure how it's actually pronounced. Let me just go ahead and shut that one off and see if I can get into... It's not responding at all. is a dome. Oh, no wonder why it's not responding. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So let's go ahead and apply. We'll hit save. And now we should be able to pause that. Now let's get the other one up. I'm a mess this morning. I am so sorry. This is new for me. I have not tried to replay both of these at the same time. So we're going to go back to the 930, but this time we're going to go into the CME, the micro instead for the symbol on both of these. Okay, there we go. Now 930 instead of 940. So let's go ahead and hit reset on the heat map. Let's get all of my stuff set up for the micro NASDAQ and all of my charts here. That's already set to the micro. That's set to the micro too. Okay, good. Now we're going to set this back to the second at 930. And we're going to set this for both. The micro contract can't be replayed. Well, that's rude. The micro contract cannot be replayed. Okay. We're going to do this. Interesting. Nine thirty. Okay. And now let's get these back onto the actual mini as well. And I'm going to go ahead and do my whole process all over again. $9:30, February 7th. Okay, we should be good to go. All right, Lincoln, sorry about that. All right, we should be fine now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through my whole process again. And we're currently trading in unfair lows on the daily chart. Okay. So when we look at the daily, and this is kind of nice, I have everything set up here where we can see everything. I'm not moving things around. So that's a good thing. So I don't have to move things around in the context of the like this chart and those type of things, because now everything should be running better. We have this little area here of unfair highs, 30,100. I'm going to play this forward for just a moment because I want the US market to open. I want to see where I'm at here on this chart. Perfect. That's all I wanted to see. So now I know where I'm at on this chart. We are in unfair lows. We're in unfair lows. I want to be looking for long positions here in this area right there. Now I have an indexed area for longs. I can take this out here in general. What we're looking at in this price action is we have a double distribution day. I'm anticipating price action to possibly come up and test into this area or into this area, looking for support between these areas and possibly even down here into VPOC around just above the 30,000. That VPOC is at 33 actually. So price action coming down to about the 33 area, looking for rejection off of the area and looking for a possible long in this area here. I'm going to take all of this stuff off of my charts. I think I just have too many things going on. And I need this to be on this chart, and I don't know why it's not. Okay, so we have 103 to 033. And that's going to be in this area right here. I wish I could... Why is that not... I want my drawing utility, drawing tool from other chart. I want this to be popped up from the NASDAQ. And I think it's going to apply from the 5-minute. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted, was this little area right here. That's what I'm going to be looking for long position. Now, I need to index this over on the heat map. So from 0.33 on up to, what's that other price at 103.75? So I need to be about here and then 103.75. That's all the way up here. All right. And so I'm going to show you what I'm doing here on this other chart so you can see, okay? This area is the same as this area. So what I'm looking for in this dome when it's starting to move is I'm looking for an auction to take place in this area and the buyers coming in and supporting that. Now, when I was utilizing the micros, I could see the buyers stepping in. I'm not seeing buyers step in. I could see the auction, but I'm not seeing the buyers actually step in as the bid increases, or really the offer increases. So just because we see an increase in an offer doesn't mean trade facilitates in that area. We need to see filled prices. In this overall dome, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing the buyers stepping back in like I do in the micros. So I'm going to put this over here and I'm just going to kind of watch how that plays out. And now we're going to hit play again. Now we have our areas. And immediately I get an auction here in this area and we're trading below the area. And so I'm looking for buyers to step in here at the low, or I'm looking for buyers to step in here as well. And so I'm watching this. We're below VPOC. Price action's moving higher, and there's the buyers. There's the buyers. So at the open, a reason to go long, and you can put your stop right below the low. We have the auction in the context of area on the dome. I can't see the buyers, but the buyers are starting to get ahead here above the sellers. And then we've got the buying, not the dot, but the buyers stepping in on this time frame. And then this, that little line that I had in here, that is where we have overlapping VPOC in this area. And that's why this area was in there. And we bought right at the high of that prior range. So we have a range coming in, and we have overlapping value area highs. I think I'm going to have to pick one or the other. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read order flow and the dome and the heat map at the same time. But we're going to try this. And I'm going to hold on to the position, and I'm waiting for these highs to break. And we have the overall area here. And then I want this off of the 30-minute. Interesting. Why didn't it? I don't know why this isn't pulling over on this chart. Okay, that's fine. I'll work on that a little bit later. We're still holding this area of support. And the thing about the scalping, right, is I have a really good entry right now, but it is off of the open of the market. The only reason why I took it off of the open of the market is because the dome is telling me that we have an auction happening. Price action broke through that auction area. We get price back above it again. So I'm looking for a potential long position in there, and I waited for buyers to start stepping in, which they did right here. And so you have 116 over 84 and 133 over 72. This is total volume, and this is delta. So delta is telling me that stronger sellers, stronger buyers in the context of the auction, price action breaks through, comes back up. I can't see the buyers in here. I can't see the buyers stepping back in like I can in the micro, but that's what this is for. And so maybe I do use both in tandem. So now we have buyers stepping in here on the dome. So we have buyers stepping in on the dome. Yeah, I'm back to not being able to read the deep dome. The target I'm looking for price going to is around 466, which is way up there. I can't believe we can't replay the micros. And I'm seeing the dome falling apart here right now on very low volume. I have a seller that came in here and on the on the heat map at the same time. And so it's giving me the same exact information. Price action came back and tested the auction here, which is exactly what we expect. We're rotating from the auction here. Okay, let me just put this deep dome away for a little bit. I'm actually minimizing it. I'm going to pause it, so I don't even want to look at it right now. Okay, we got above the auction, rotating back above between this auction here and this auction up here. When price action's rotating between the auctions, right? We're looking at a healthy market at that point, and now we got above the buyers. We're anticipating this high to break. The high is not breaking, and if the high is not breaking, I want to start getting a little bit more aggressive on my stop. I'm anticipating price action to come back and test here. I don't really necessarily expect it to break the low to test, but we're not breaking the highs. So I want to give this a little bit of room because we're not breaking the highs. But we don't want to take a $1,600 revenue position and turn it into a negative position. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And if we start rotating back below again, we can always get back in to the long side. We have our area. We have support below us. We have our auction below us. And we're starting to fail at the auction here. Having a storm outside right now. That's why I was over there looking over there. Hey, School, how's it going? So which stock am I trading? It's actually, I'm in the NASDAQ right now, the minis. And I wanted to come in and test. I wanted to come in and test the dome this morning, and I can't. I can't test the dome. The dome is not, the heat map. I can't run it off of the micros. I can only run it off the macros. Or I can't run it off the macro. I can only God bless it. Trying to speak right now is not working for me. We have the mini and we have the micro. I can't run the dome, the heat map off of the micro contract, only the mini. And the dome is not giving me any information that I'm not already picking up on the footprint. But it did on the micro, but I can't test it because it's not picking it up. I'm just going to have to get another charting software. That's all there is to it. Because if I'm going to do this, I have to be able to practice this. And if I can't practice the heat map on these charts, it's no good to me. So I need to contact a couple companies and see what the replays work with the micro contracts, not just the minis. And if they do, I can switch over to them. That'd be I don't know how you pronounce it, ATAS, ATAS, and then we also have Bookmap. And so I'm going to contact both those two companies, see which one allows me to work with the micro. And then I also need to know which ones are working with the like the deep trades as well, because that's a huge benefit to me too. When we're getting back above here into this area, I'm looking for long again. I'm looking for my stop down here momentarily, up about 500. I'm just going to go ahead and scalp this out right now. Up 630, I'm going to go ahead and lock in 230, moving my stop right below VPOC. We're just kind of ranging between these two areas. And if I don't have my dome, I'm just going to have to kind of scalp. So that's just fine. I can do that. Price action's moving up here above the sellers a little bit. We're still seeing rejection. I've got my auction over here, for support and resistance. Price action comes down into the support area and stops me out. Beautiful. Now I'm looking for another entry again. We're right back into the same portion, the same area where I entered before. Price action is coming down. I want to watch these lows. We're not even coming in close to the lows. We're holding the support here between the buyers and sellers, and then we turn around and get back above again. I want to be long. Move my stop back down below again. I'm waiting for price action to rotate higher, test this auction up here. We're up 200 again. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop, locking in 70. We're up 40. I'm going to go ahead and move this up to lock in 130. Price action is starting to see resistance here around the 110s again. Price action is testing the high. We're up 600. I'm going to lock in 205. See if we break this high here. We do not. We're running back into another auction here, so anticipating price action to rotate between these two areas, find support in this area, find support in this area, find resistance right up in here. Price action is coming up, testing the highs. I'm going to move my stop right below this auction. We're up 900, locking in 395. I'm going to start getting a little bit more aggressive because we're seeing momentum coming into the market. I'm locking in 950. We're up 130, and we're up 1825 on the day so far at 9:42 in the morning. I did take an entry at the open, which I normally do not do, but I did for a purpose and a reason because of the auction on the heat map. Now we're back up here at the highs. I'm still looking for a continuation move to the upside. We're coming off of support off of the 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart is still looking good. We got the pullback. I'm looking for this high to break up here. I'm using a pretty deep stop right now, but we've got revenue in the position. I'm not too concerned about using a $2,400 stop as long as we're utilizing a static and not a dynamic trailing on any accounts that you may be using. If you have a dynamic, so a watermark, in other words, your high watermark, your high value of the account at this point in time, is going to move up your trailing stop or your max expense on the account, then you need to definitely move your stop higher. But if it's static and it's not set to that, then you're good to go. I want to put my stop right here below these highs. Sorry, I didn't explain that very well. I'll do that once I'm done trading here. We're still moving higher, moving my stop up a little bit. We're up 700. I want to lock in a little bit more at 435. We're up 800. 455 sounds good. Give us a little bit of room. I don't have any volume information up here to really be able to use support and resistance. So I'm just kind of at the angst of the market at the moment and where it's going to move. And I don't have a good place to set my stop. Price action is rotating and stopped out 2280 on the day. Okay. Let's pause this. Questions. Does anybody have questions? Anybody new and doesn't know how I am creating my plans? Anybody want to see how I created my plan for the day? Lincoln, you have questions about what I did there? Happy Saturday, by the way, everybody. I hope you're all having a good one. So let's go ahead and continue here. You tried to join Discord. You couldn't join the community. Why not? Why weren't you able to join the community? Did I get a kickback saying that somebody wasn't able to join? It's not. It's free for everybody. I don't have anybody in my ban log. And I don't have anything recent for failed either. Lincoln, or how do I prepare before going to the market in the morning? Do you take certain doses, or how do you get ready to start levels? Yeah, so the doses I take, are usually, can't say that on stream, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, and I'm kidding, okay? This is my mod, Lincoln. He is the one that does all the stuff on Discord. He's amazing. Sushi is his name in Discord. So work with him on getting that set up for you on Discord and see if we can't get you in. Here, let's do this again. Let's make sure that you're on the right. I have access now. This is kind of fun. I can type, I can do things. I have power. Amar, I'm gonna let you work on that. I'm gonna get back into what I'm doing here so I can pay attention into what it is that I'm doing, and I'm gonna let you handle the admin stuff if that's okay. So what I'm doing right now is I'm gonna go ahead and index this area real quick, and I'm gonna push play. um I don't know why this is here. I don't want that to be there. Okay. So now we're just going to go ahead and hit play again. Let me see my numbers. I'm looking for another potential long above this area. We came right back into the auction. So we anticipate the pullback. Let's see if buyers support this area. We're coming right back into the value area high area into this. School, it's not a stock. I am actually in the NASDAQ right now. It's an index. It's trading on the futures markets on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the CME. So it's not a stock, it's a futures. It's a futures contract. So stocks are securities. This is a futures contract is a derivative. Thank you, Amar. I appreciate it. And thank you for your patience, Lincoln. And so definitely not a stock. And the symbol is up here all over the place. NQ, June 2020, or the September contract, which is 09/2026. And they give this a little bit more room because of how wide this market is. Up 2280 right now. I can risk the 2465 if I need to. And so, school, you keep asking me the same question in the context of what stock, and it's not a stock. Okay, Amazon is a stock. AT&T is a stock. Right, these are companies that are traded on the New York Stock Exchange and other exchanges. This is not tradable on an exchange. It is, but not through securities, through the futures markets. Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And I'm on the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is an index, and I'm trading a contract of that index. And Amar too, just so you know, I can't go live on TikTok because I don't have the stream code, and do Streamlabs, you have to have that stream code. OBS, I don't. So I'm still going to have to try to figure out how to set up OBS because right now I can't go live on the TikTok. But I did get things set up for Kick, so I can stream on Kick, Twitch, and Tube, but not on TikTok. So we have to keep that in mind. And my chats are working pretty well. I don't know if the alerts for the followers and subscribers and stuff are working yet. Haven't seen any of that pop up, but the chat's working. I just think I'm going to want to reduce the font. Hey, you're welcome, school, anytime. And it sounds like you're new to all of this, so don't hesitate in asking any questions at all. Just realize that you're going to have to change you're going to have to grow from what you currently know, right? Because you're going to have to be open to new information is really what it boils down to. So ask away, please. That's what I'm here for. And I'm not live right now, so huh. Streamlabs, yeah, not Elements. I don't think Stream Elements and Streamlabs are the same thing. I don't think so. I don't know. You know what? I've done so many things this morning trying to get things to work that I just don't even, I don't even know what life is right now. And I'm trying to trade at the same time, and it's not really exactly working for me at the moment. Um, so whatever. Um, I'm very excellent entry. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That one went against me a little bit, this last position right here. But it really all boils down to these areas of pullbacks. I waited for way too much confirmation there. Okay. Here's the thing about confirmation. Okay. Time. Time. The more time we wait, the more lagging we become. And the more time we need to enter our positions, the more lag we are to volume and price, which are the current indicators, right? And so we become a lagging indicator waiting for the confirmation of our entries. And I waited too long for this entry. I should be entered someplace down in here. I should be entered down in here, and I'm entered way up here. So this wasn't a very good entry. I would give this entry a D at the best. My other two entries this morning, I would definitely give myself an A on the first one and a B on the second. But the A was only there because of the information I saw on the heat map itself. But then the heat map's not giving me the qualifying information that I was seeing yesterday on the mini on the micro contracts, and I can't replay the micro contracts on this platform. So, and I was ready to move my stop, and it's not going to let me because now I just got stopped out. So now we got a lower low, and there's my long. Lower low right here. Lower low. I'm going to pause this, okay? What just happened there is my favorite setup. Okay. How do you know price is going to move up? Because you're very excellent in entry. So how do I know that price is going to move up? First of all, I don't. We never know where price is going to go. Okay. Price could very easily come down here and stop me out, right? Then go up. Okay. The reason why I'm looking long is because of this formation down here. Okay. Let's blow this up a little bit and bring this across. And I'm just going to blow this chart up for a second to show you. Okay. We had price action moving into all-time highs. And then we get a pullback. And we get a pullback and rejection. The price action comes back, tries to trade the highs, fails the highs. And we come back and we don't test the lows. We test back into value of this prior range, okay? And then when we come into this range, we're seeing rejection down here off of these lows. How do we know it's rejection? Because price continues to trade within this range and move higher out of these lows. So there's rejection down there. And this bar right here, to me, this bar right here is key. What makes this bar key? This bar is key because of the profile itself. The profiles give us an idea of what the market is doing. And this profile rejected, did not even test a low, came off of this low volume area, developed some volume down there, moved higher, and most of the volume in this bar was traded at the high. Then we have a bar that comes down, tests that high volume, and immediately comes up and tests the high volume of our actual highs, of our actual previous highs, right? The high volume areas of the highs, all-time highs. Then the next day, we come in and we start trading in a range below the range here. And then we test the low today on the in the daily perspective of the US Open, okay? In that context, in the overnights, we came down and tested this high volume and we rejected, and price action is now moving higher. I'm anticipating price action to come up and test value area high, possibly move above it today because of this structure in support of our overnights. And that's why I'm looking long. And I keyed this zone in here on the 30-minute chart before I started trading, because that's my zone right there where I'm looking for price action to support itself. I came in off of these lows here because I saw an auction on the heat map, and the heat map was telling me there's rejection down there. Price action went through that area and then came back up through it again, so I bought. And I've been buying ever since because I'm anticipating these highs to be tested. I'm actually anticipating at some point in time for the 373s to be tested. Maybe not today, because that's pretty high up there, but definitely tested over the next few days. So I want to be long. And my whole structure in here in volume is telling me rotation in here, but we created this other profile up here. And if we look at this profile, in this perspective, where I entered today is absolutely 100% a low volume node. We come down through it, we come up, we trade higher, we test back into it, and we've had nothing but buyer support since. We rejected off of these highs here, okay, and came back down again, but we haven't made any lower lows, and price action's moving higher. I'm anticipating this high to be tested today at 121. That's why I'm going long. The whole ability to read volume, to read price, right, is telling me that I should be biased to the long side up to this point in time. Where would my bias shift? From this area, I would like to start looking for short positions. But until then, I'm looking long. Unless price starts to move lower, comes up, pulls back into that area, and gives me a reason to go short from in there. To move back into lower areas of value. And if this happened, I would anticipate price action to move from here down to this area, down to about the 29,800 pretty quickly, because we didn't spend a lot of time trading around this area. I'd be anticipating price to move out of there pretty rapidly. Oh, that's what I was going to talk about. One of my favorite setups. We picked up a lower low here. We have 35 sellers, 34, 63, 29 coming into the low of this bar. We have 69, 44, 25, about the same, a little heavier, okay? But there's no buyers. We had 44, 16, 33 coming in here. We had 62, 10, 1, 0. The buyers are drying up. Sellers are about the same, and price action moves higher. We broke a low. If sellers are aggressive, they're going to be moving price action lower through here. That is rejection. That's why I took another long here. I wanted to be in down here, but the volatility, I was only able to get in there. Lock in about $55. We're up about $300. Price action is breaking the high now. We're up about $400. I'm going to lock in about $100. Looking for this area to hold as support. $475. I'm going to lock in a little bit more, about $140. Here's our test of what I'd be anticipating support. Price action is coming right back down again. Stop me out. Okay? Just a little scalp trade. And what did we do? Look at the high of this bar. Look at the high. 238 sellers. More sellers in here than any other price coming up in here. 215, 175, 24. Look at the buyers. 109, 144, 91, 62, 128. Came in here off of low volume to the buyers, right? And then sellers are getting aggressive up here. Sellers are getting aggressive at higher prices comparatively to where they were aggressive before. This is a spot here of potential resistance. I no longer want to be long unless we get a pullback and I have enough room for about $200 of profit until we break above this area, because I now have resistance above me. And the only reason why I paused that was to show everybody what was going on there at that price. Now we're moving higher. We're moving higher beautifully. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Move higher. Please threaten me with a good time. I just don't want to go long right now because I have this resistance. Look at this, 138, 142, 208. Look at the fight between buyers and sellers here. You see that fight? I'm going to take a small scalp to the downside here. Very low risk. Stop me out. Beautiful. That's fine. I was looking for a little push to the downside and it didn't happen. Now price action's moving higher. We're coming out of this area. I'm going to wait for price action to come up, move back down into this area. Why? Because I'm anticipating to test where the sellers were. See, we never know what price is going to do. We can only look at what price and volume is telling us right now and make our decisions based off of that information. I am anticipating a move higher here. I don't really want to get into this bar even though we have this big up. What the time frame I'm trading? So the time frames I'm trading are here. This is a daily perspective of all sessions. London, Asia, London, and the US. This is just the US session only. This is a 30-minute chart and this is a 2-minute chart that I'm doing my entries off of. So I'm utilizing my planning off of daily perspectives of all sessions of just the US session, and then the 30-minute to pinpoint the areas. And then I'm using the 2-minute chart to enter off of. Not much of a pullback there. Break this high. I'll be willing to buy again, looking for a continuation play to the upside. Got in a little bit early there, but that's okay. Price action's moving a little bit higher. I do want to be pretty aggressive on this stop here because I am anticipating it to possibly come in here, but I want one on just in case. I got plenty of profits this morning. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop down here now that I think about it, because I'm going to enter another long in here if it gives it to me. We're up 200 right now, about 235. I'm going to give this a little bit more room, see what happens, because I'm anticipating it to possibly come back in here. I don't want to just be stopped out as we're moving higher, but about the 300 mark, I really need to get aggressive on my stop because we could be seeing some failure in here due to this area. I'm anticipating price action to come back down into this area and test these sellers. I wanted to be on just in case we did break out there and we didn't. So I want to be a little less aggressive in my entries right now and kind of wait. And the seller in here, 352 comparatively to 229. Not quite down into the area, getting close. I would like to see a bit more of a pullback. I'm going to pause this real quick because I want to watch this real time, but I need to get this line out of here. So I need to do, I think it's under here. And then no, it's not. It is, well, actually, I want to do this one. I need to do both of them. Is it the tool configuration? None. Properties? Yes. This is it. And now we want it extended, but the line color, we're going to go ahead and take that off. There it is. That's what I need. And then we're going to do that to this one as well because it's over here too. So we're going to go ahead and hit the properties again. We're going to extend it and we're going to take that off. But that was the same one. So I need to come over here, grab him, put properties. Yep, there we go. And then we want this one to be extended as well because, and the reason why I want that one to be extended is because we could be moving back into lower areas of value. But now I want to come back over here and take a look to where we are right now, right? Price action came into this area. I'm looking for buyers to respond out of this area. And let's see what happens. We pushed into the lower low, right? We pushed into the lower low, but look what happened. We came right into the high volume, which is exactly what I anticipated to do. And now we're looking for a continuation play to the upside. We are seeing some selling pressure in here. We get up about $200. I'm going to be pretty aggressive on the stop pretty quickly because we're starting to see some sellers possibly start to come into the market. We're not seeing the momentum to the upside that we were seeing earlier. These are a little bit more difficult to trade. I'm going to lock in a little bit more revenue here, about $95. And now I'm going to wait and see what happens at this area. We have a rejection bar that's confirmed now. Price action is not able to move higher. We came into our area where sellers were starting to get aggressive. We're rejecting off of that area. If we get below the high volume here, we should be anticipating price action to come back down through this area and then look for a pullback for a potential short. And I don't want to be longs I don't want to be in longs anymore right now because I have resistance above me. And where are we at currently in price? I'll show you. Price is currently over here trading in this high volume area, and I am anticipating a possible rejection off of this area here. Definitely a possible rejection off of these areas up here. The platform that I'm currently on right now is Deep Charts. I like it. It's simple. It's a very simple charting software to use. It gives me all of the stuff that I need. It's just very, very simple. But I can't replay the micro data on these contracts. And I need that for the heat maps to be able to practice that, because the way the heat maps are drawing on the micro, it's much easier for me to read the price, where it's much more difficult to read it in the NASDAQ. And I could go into that, but you're probably not going to explain that because I have to go into the way how I'm perceiving the data, and we all perceive things differently. And so I'm going to have to probably adjust my software and use a different software because of that. And so what is the sign that price is going up? We went through that a little bit. It's experience, watching price, seeing how all this is happening, like here, noticing and recognizing that resistance can come from this area, not because of this dot, right? We have a high volume of total volume in here. We have a reversal bar in here. We just broke the low here, okay? And we can't make a higher high. That's why I'm thinking now that the market might come down from where it's at. And then, of course, we're here in low volume nodes, which are rejection areas in the context of our volume profiling. Price rotates. Okay? And you can see where price rotates. All right? You can see it in price. Price rotates. Price rotates. Price moves out of the range and rotates. Price rotates, moves out of the range, rotates again, rotates in this whole area, moves out of that area, right? And then rotates again, okay? In these rotations, right, these act as support and resistance. Look, take the range of this rotation. What did price do? Came into it. Look at the rejection. Look at the wicks of these bars in this whole area. They couldn't get past below this little area of range. It's moving back higher again. Price action barely took out the high. Barely took out the high. Just like what we're doing right now. Barely took out the high, and it came back and traded lower again. But what did it trade back into? It traded back into the overall range and rejected. You have to understand how price works and how price behaves. And then you can start to determine what it can do in the shorter time frames. Now that was a nice buy setup right there. Not because I want to go long, okay? But that's the first sign there that maybe the price action's not going to rotate lower. Okay, price action was down through here, holding this as resistance, and we immediately ticked up a point or two. Okay, look at the buyers though. 71 came in, 54 came in. That is showing a sign of strength. Price action's coming back down to test this area. I anticipate now buyers to respond and break this high. Let's see what happens. Price action tested, unable to break the high. Did you see that? Unable to break the high. Now, you have to ask yourself, if we held resistance here and then buyers were able to test into this area but not break the highs, do we have aggressive buyers up there? And if aggressive buyers aren't up there, then who's in control of the market? Because we're not seeing buyers in control of the market because we couldn't even make a higher high. Well, we can't say sellers are in the market yet because we're still moving higher. We're still in an up move, right? So where will we expect buyers to come back and maybe step in again to retest resistance? Down here. Now I'm looking for the market to cycle back down into this area where buyers got aggressive before to respond to the area and hold it. And if they don't, then I'm anticipating these lows to break down here because buyers are not responding into this area. Got back up to that area again, resistance. Again, came up to that area, resistance. Unable to make a lower low. Unable to make a lower low. Okay? What is that telling us? Sellers aren't aggressive. Buyers aren't aggressive at the highs. What's going to happen? We're going to rotate until something shows strength. And right now, the buyers or the sellers are not telling us strength. But if we continually test highs and there's no strength, what's going to happen? The market's going to show weakness. And what's going to happen in that weakness? Price action will start moving lower. So these highs are extremely important and we need to watch them. But we're in an inflection zone. We're in a place where the market is trying to figure out what it's going to do. We don't want to be in the market when it's trying to figure out what it's going to do because we have to pick a side. We're not coming into an area where we can anticipate price action moving in a direction like we did earlier today. This is now an area of an inflection zone. This is where the market's saying, hey, look, maybe you want to pause because I'm not quite sure exactly what I want to do right now. And until I know what I want to do you really want to follow me? Probably not. Because you can follow the market right off a cliff, right? You don't want to follow an individual unless you know where they're going. And then you have to decide if they know what they're doing and they can get there in the first place. Price action's coming off of the highs, cycling right back down to where the buyers were strong, right? And now anticipating the lows to break. I'm anticipating now the price action to come back up here and test where the buyers are. There's weakness. I'm going to go ahead and short. Anticipating this area here to hold. Looking at the numbers makes it clear to know who is in control. Exactly, school, yes. Did you buy the book map? Jerry, not yet. I'm going to, though. I'm either going to go into book map or I'm going to go to Addis. And maybe you can help me with this, Jerry. This would be really helpful, okay? I can't, and I just tried it this morning, I can't replay micro contract, the micro NASDAQ in the heat map of deep charts. I can't replay it. I can only replay the mini. Do you know if Bookmap or I'm going to pronounce the name wrong, ATAS, ATAS, do you know if that will allow you to back test or to replay, not back test, but replay data for the micros? And this is probably going to now cycle back up again and start moving a little bit higher. All right. And why? Because the buyers stepped in here and the sellers weren't able to get back into control again. So now if price action comes down in here, I want to be a little bit more aggressive on this. Should try the trial first for Bookmap. Yeah, it gives you a 14 days trial. It does, exactly. And that's what I think I'm going to do as soon as I'm done with the stream today. And I'm probably going to play around with that tomorrow. If I can get things to work and everything looking the way that I want to, then I'll definitely come on and stream tomorrow and practice that live. But unless you guys just want to watch me, trying to put charts together and figure out what I'm going to do in that context, it's completely up to you if you think that would be helpful. But those type of things I try to do on my own, not to hide anything. It's just, you're using a new platform for the first time, trying to develop that information. Is that really helpful to other people? And I don't know. And if you think it is, I'll definitely do it. But I think this is going to rotate higher now. I don't think that this is going to come back down. Finding support there. I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive in my stops just so I don't take that big of a hit on this. I'm going to bring it down a little bit more. Now we got sellers starting to come in, but look, see, remember I told you the buyers were stepping in here? That's the support, right? Price action is moving off of that support. It's moving off that support. So I'm going to take a very limited risk here. And there we go. I took my risk. I took a chance at the short side there. We didn't get any extension to the downside at all. I don't have a place here that I can go long because I have the sellers above me. Now it's time for me to just kind of wait and see what this market decides to do. And whatever it's going to do next, the next move is going to be without me, and I'm okay with that. And yeah, looking at the numbers does it, I wouldn't say it makes it clear. There's information we can glean out of it that we can use to anticipate what price action can do next. That's the whole key. We can never know what it's going to do next, but we can use it to glean information to say, okay, this is what I want to do based upon what it's telling me it's doing right now. And now we have another area of support. Not anymore. Never mind. It just took that out. Maybe it'll come back. We'll see. And you know, what I should probably do is and it looks like both ATAS and Bookmap allow you to replay micro NASDAQ 100 data because they cater to order flow traders. Each platform provides built-in market replay simulators so you can practice or backtest your strategies with full order book depth. There we go. I missed that, so we got back down below the value area high here. Again, one tick, right? Look at the sellers in here. Very little sellers. Look at the buyers. Okay? The buyers are leaving the market right now, and the sellers are starting to step in. I wanted to be short up here with a very, very tight stop. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Okay, this is coming in from a longer time frame area here. This market. I should be waiting for it to come into this area is what I should be doing. But this market, it just, I feel like the market wants to come down. We're in an area of rejection up here. Price action is unable to continue to move higher with any force of momentum. We're in the sideways action here. I'm anticipating this high to hold. I'm going to give this a little bit of room because I have an area up here, and I will add into this position if I get up here. I really wish I was in micros right now instead of the mini, as I can reduce my risk just because of the macros, the micros themselves, and I have plenty of room. I believe this high is going to break here. I really should be waiting for an auction to come in before I start looking for the reversal as well. I need to write that down. I don't have a pen up here, but I need to write that down. That's important. As soon as I said that, it like clicked. And this is those market shifts. You know, I even said in here, right? You need to wait for the market to tell you what it's going to do next. And I'm not waiting. I'm not showing that patience right now. And it's irritating me in the context of why am I not? Why am I not waiting? When I say to wait, I know I should be waiting, but then I don't turn around and wait. That's the program coming in and influencing action, right? That's the psychology part of all of this. Looking at the numbers makes it clear to know who is in control. It gives you the areas to understand where the support and resistance is in the market. Not off of an indicator, not off of price, not off of wicks, right? Off of volume. Where is the price action rejecting and where is it accepting from, right? And in the context of acceptance and rejection, now you can turn around and build a model and a plan around where you want to enter around the market. And without that framework, what are you using? Pullbacks, some form of analysis, a lagging indicator. I just haven't found anything consistent that I can use to give me that information that's not lagging than through some form of order flow analysis. And this is the area that we're coming out of right now. This is why I'm anticipating price action to break down. We're in the unfair highs of the 30-minute profile, and price action is rejecting off of our upper areas up here. So I'm looking for a pullback, a deeper pullback, but we do have this deep 30-minute, but we also have this high up here that happened back here. Oh, Jesus, I totally missed that. There's the auction. Shit. Well, at least I saw it a little bit too late, but it did cost me, probably $700, probably $1,700 on the day because I saw it too late. So I developed my plan around the daily, 2 different daily time frames and a 30-minute. I enter around a 2-minute. So I'm not even using a 5-minute. I'm not using a 15-minute. Those aren't even charts that I'm using. The reason why this is showing 5-minute here is because it's building the periods are off of 5 minutes. Okay, so 5-minute periods in here. If you were to break this chart down, right, I can click and I can hit this and I can go into extended. Is it extended? Which one is it? Here we go. I can go in here and I can unsplit this. And I can go in and I can go into, which one is it? I don't want to do it right now anyhow, because no. So these time frames in here off the daily perspective are building off of 5 minutes, and I can break these out into 5-minute increments, which will basically show 5-minute bars. But the 5-minute bars accumulating into one profile, into a full daily profile of the US time frame. So the 5 minutes that you're seeing here is based upon that each one of those periods, a TPO, time price opportunity, right, is grouped into a 5-minute segment, but each one of those segments are grouped into a daily perspective. So it's not a 5-minute time frame because I'm not utilizing it that way, but you have to set up the chart within that context. So that's what's going on there, but it's a daily. This is a daily perspective, a 30-minute perspective, and then I'm entering off of the 2-minute chart. Because a 2-minute gives me the ability to see the auctions, gives me the ability to see the support and resistance, because I can't see that information on the 30-minute. And even if I did, where would I act upon it at? Price is too far away in this time frame for me to do that. And I can enter off of a 5-minute. I can enter off of a 10-minute, right? I just like the 2-minute perspective. I think the 2-minute flows really well. I get to see, these lows and these highs break. It's not giving me so much time that now excessive volume is going into a particular area. I'm also able to ebb and flow with the highs and the lows a little bit better than I can from a 5-minute perspective. It's just a taste and preference. So again, daily, all sessions. Daily, only US session. 30-minute. I'm utilizing those charts to build my daily plan, my pre-market analysis. Where are the areas that I would be interested in doing business? And then I execute off the 2-minute chart. That's what I'm trading off of. Looking for a little bit of a range extension here. Oh, immediately, let's see. Where are my buyers at? We're coming right back into this area. That kind of makes sense. Sellers were strong here, but buyers responded, anticipating price action to possibly come back into that area and reject. I am going to put a stop in here just in case it does cycle back and I can get into another short if we retest back into that entry area. Price action is now starting to move through there a little bit, but support here at the high volume area. What happens at this low? Okay, and then get a little bit more aggressive with my stop here. We're about 945. I'm going to lock in 575. I don't want it to come back into this area. Okay. Looking for potential rotation between here. Now rotation between these two areas here. Price action still moving lower. Got the down move I was looking for. Up 1270, locking in 950. Price action is holding a little bit of support here. I'm anticipating to come back and test. If we don't break these lows on this test here and we come back down, I'm going to get pretty aggressive on this stop and following it pretty tight because I'm anticipating it to come back and rotate higher now. 3005 on the day. Questions? That was dumb. I was waiting for an auction and the auction was already there. How rude. There's the short. Not here. Damn it. I was going off a long-term area. This is what happens when you just trade off of long-term areas alone. Okay? Long-term areas are good, but price action can trade through them. You got to wait for the confirmation on your shorter charts, but it's not confirmation as in you're waiting for time. Okay, the confirmation is volume. You're waiting for the area to come back and test where buyers and sellers got strong in the market, and it's right freaking there in front of me. Damn it! I missed that. That cost me a good $1,500 today. Now, granted, I'm up $3,000, right? So I shouldn't be squabbling too much over 1,500. But that 1,500 could take a day where you're only up 1,000. You still hit your goal of 2,000 to 2,500 a day, right? What time is it? 10:10. So I've only been trading for what? 40 minutes. That's it. Day's done. Could I continue coming back in here and trading it? Sure, I could, but why? And where did price action reject to? Where did it move to? Where is it coming out of right now? Why did it stop there? Is there any information we can glean of why this price may have stopped there? Anybody? Look familiar? And then where did buyers start getting aggressive off that move? Right here. And that's where the long entry is. And I would have missed that too because I didn't index that. So, what have I gotten out of this practice? What I have gotten out of this practice is I need to be more patient when I know I need to be more patient. And I need to get better at indexing my areas on my short-term chart. I'm really good at indexing on my long-term. I need to get much better at indexing my areas on the short-term chart. Now, this area isn't anywhere near of importance anymore. This area is not either. And I don't have an auction up here. So I'm anticipating price action to go back up until we start seeing an area. Dang it. I completely did not see this position either down here. I gaffed that. Did not see it. Rude. See, I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, right? But that's the whole point of practice, is you learn from your mistakes. You go through them. You're able to pause. You're able to look at the data. You're able to look at the information. You're able to do an analysis. And when you start doing that and you keep doing, what happens is you're starting to see it faster at the live edge. You can see it before it happens because you're anticipating it, because you practiced it, because you went into the granular data and you took a look. You really think I'm going to turn around on Monday and miss indexing these? Absolutely 100% not. Am I going to miss those? Not on your life. Not happening. Sellers are aggressive here. Don't really have many buyers stepping in here. So I'm not looking at this as an entry for a possible pullback here. I'm looking for these lows to possibly break. We do have support here though. We have some buyers stepping in, but not aggressive comparatively to what we have going on in the bid. We have stronger sellers over there. Price action came back and tested again the lows. Now let's see if we can get some buyers stepping into the market. I'm going to show you a possible scalp position on anticipated momentum here if it gives it to me. I'm looking for a test here, the sellers. I'm looking for sellers to get aggressive here. I'm seeing some buying, so I'm going to hold off and wait for a second. I'm looking for continuation to the downside with possible momentum coming in. We have a little bit of pressure sellers in here, not a lot. Right there. Now I'm anticipating momentum. There it is. There's a momentum trade. 600, 320. And on momentum trades, you can get pretty aggressive on your stop because you don't have as many pullbacks and they don't go as far into the pullbacks. But I do want to hold this area here as possible support or resistance. See how that happened, right? Came right there, paused. Now it's going to come up and hit my stop because we tested it again without turning around and breaking the low. Because of that, I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive here on my target. I'm going to lock in a little bit more money. Breaking lows, lower lows. $1,100. I'll lock in a little bit more here. Nice. Momentum is continuing into the next bar. We like that follow through. Really gives us a chance to lock in some funds up 1,600 in the position. We're going to lock in 1,325. And mind you, this is just one lot too. I'm only trading one contract. I'm not trading size. It's just one contract. 43.30 on the day. In anticipation of momentum. What happened to me this last Thursday on this day when I was trading it? Well, I got stuck in that long position and I waited 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 and I blew up the account because I ran out of inventory to get myself out of it. What did I do today? I traded it. Where are my mistakes? I still made mistakes even though I traded it. I missed the pullback on the original short back down into the auction area. And then I was trying to take this short up in here off of the longer term time period, and I didn't index my high volume over here. Those were the mistakes that I made on this day. And it cost me about $1,500, $1,800, somewhere right around in there. But good session. Anticipated the pullback here, didn't go back in long. I missed the long position here to go back in. Okay. But as this market's coming down, I didn't go short there. I waited because this market could continue to move higher, right? But when this bar closed where it was, and we came up here into this area in the pullback again for the longer time frame, right? You're in the longer time frame area now. Price action came up again. Buyers unable to break above it. There's no breakout there at all. Sellers come back in, close near the low. Now we're looking for higher time frames to enter around this bar. And that's exactly what they did. And that's where the momentum came in. Nice little momentum bar. And we had a little bit of follow through on it. Made $1,200 or whatever on a single trade. That's trading momentum. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Anybody still there? Did I lose everybody? Son of a bitch. This is so ridiculous. Seriously. So dumb. Well, on that note, does everybody want to see me set up Bookmaps or Addis? Either one. Which one, Jerry? You still here? Which one would you recommend? Bookmap or Addis? Which one? As I need it so I can do the micro stuff, because I really have some ideas on the micro things that I want to do. And the way that I was able to read that heat map yesterday, I'm like, man, this is just too good to pass up right now. So I need the data and I need to put that together. So which one would you recommend? Because this is all new platform stuff. I didn't have this platform stuff back in 2010 and 2012. They didn't have it. I had Sierra charts, right? Which, I mean, you can still see at the bottom of my screen. You know, the symbol for Sierra charts for you is right there. And I still have a license, an active license for it. Here. That's the symbol for Sierra charts for anybody that knows. See? Sierra charts. Damn it. Ah. I almost want to replay this day again just to put my areas in there that they're supposed to be. Irritates me. Whatever. It's so funny, right? I have to take a step back every once in a while, and I have to look at the big picture, right? I mean, revenue of 4330 on a day. When is it enough? You know, I had a mentor once that asked me, is like, Tony, like, when is it just okay? When are you, what's the word he said? Content. And that word like makes my skin crawl, right? It's like content. What does that even mean? I'm content in my life. I love my life. This is great. I really enjoy this. But in terms of getting better in a craft, there is no content. There's only getting better. And each mistake you can point out to me is just an area that you can continue to get better. And it's not because I'm trying to get more revenue. It's not because I'm trying to make more money. I don't even care about that. It's to perfect my execution of my craft. That's what drives me. It's not the money. It's the ability to get better. And it frustrates me when I make mistakes like that, because I know better. And it didn't even cross my mind to even go back there and look at it. Oh. And then my other question is, heat map or a test, which one for the big trades? Because my fear is, well, it doesn't even really matter because I have multiple data streams anyhow. So I could always have this chart up if I wanted to and use it for my auctions if I can't get it from another platform. And I have a good enough computer that I can run all of that. I can stream, run a book map or a task software, deep charts all at the same time and not run into problems. I don't know. Maybe I'll take the afternoon off and think about it, because right now I'm not clear. And when I'm not clear, I don't have clarity, I don't like to act. So maybe I'll take the afternoon off, think about that, figure out what I want to do in that context and go from there. Probably not, though, because my mind's running. Damn it. Bookmap it is. Bookmap it is. At least if we want to listen to Google and AI. Bookmap it is. Now, which version of this do I want? Let's see here. For futures. Here, hold on just a second. I'm going to go grab a water real quick, and I'm going to be right back. I had to ask. Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that. Now, let's see here. Bookmap. Which one do I want for Bookmap, and what's the difference? They have too many options. It's like, what are you guys doing? This is what it's saying. Okay, replay mode only. Order book and volume imbalance. Large lot tracker. Oh, you need the global plus then. Because if you're looking for the large lot tracker, you're looking for the strength indicator, order book and volume imbalance. These are replay mode only. If you want them live, you have to go with the global plus. So no brainer. At least we know it's global plus. I need to get my credit card out now, don't I? Okay, so this is annual. Global Plus 79, save 240 yearly plan. Global Plus semi-annual, Global Plus annual. Or does it have a Global Plus lifetime for 1990? Let's see, a Global Plus lifetime for 1990. July 4 sale, Global Plus semi-annual with NASDAQ total view data for the first 6 months, 948 for each 6 months. Only doing futures, so I don't need the NASDAQ data. Okay, so here's July 4 Global Plus, semi-annual. I don't know. Okay, let me look at this a little bit deeper here. Global Plus. But I already have Rhythmic data, so I don't need their data plan because I can connect my Rhythmic to it. Then I also have another data plan on top of that that I can utilize too for. But do I want to try this out for a month just to make sure I like it before I invest the 1900 into it? I don't know. Not really. Because it's not like I'm going to stop trading. Package options. Global Plus monthly. We're going to try it out for a month and I'll just go ahead and get it next month. But need the Global Plus for all the bells and whistles when it comes to the volume stuff. Am I missing something there? I don't think so. Because if I go down to the features or I look at the pricing and the context of the features, right? And I come down into order book and volume imbalance. Imbalance indicators assess heavy single direction activity based on order flow. Yeah, the large lot identifies dominant market participants at a price level. I don't know if I really need that or not, but um, shows hidden volume as numbers on COB column and heat map. Hidden volume. Large trade alert is what I need. Order book and volume imbalance. Booknut's order flow and volume imbalance indicators measure the aggression of buyers versus sellers. Duh. The order book imbalance tracks resting limit orders while the volume balance tracks aggressive market orders. So they're not breaking it up in total volume and delta. They're breaking it up in limit and delta. So I guess what you would do then in order to, that's exactly what they're doing. They're taking total volume and they're taking delta, and then they're taking the delta and they're subtracting that to the total volume, and now you can get your limit orders. It's pretty smart actually. I don't know if I need it, but it's pretty smart. I can back test it and see if I want it, and I do a lot of back testing anyhow. Oh shoot, now I got options. Okay. Well, wait. Trade directly from Bookmap Chart Dome. The only way to trade directly from the dome and not use another platform is to have the Global Plus anyhow. So there's the answer. Global Plus tells you right there. Okay, well, let's stop talking about it. Let's just get Bookmap. Oh my goodness, everybody's gonna be happy on Monday when they see, that I'm not on. Does Matt even say deep shits? Jesus, this guy. Oh God. Okay. Do I want to try it for a month? Or do I just want to buy it? Because I'm gonna end up buying it anyhow. So dumb. Yeah, it doesn't matter to get their data anyhow because you need if you're going to be using their dome to enter off of, you have to use the same data from your dome provider anyhow. So that's not going to be helpful. Um, keep going back and forth on this. Well, that one works, but not on a lifetime. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like there's a code for it. Hmm. Let's see. Are we still with me, or did I lose everybody? Well, it doesn't look like there's anything off on the... You know what? I'll cross this bridge when it comes next year. Let's do this. Damn it. Whatever. And I don't think... There. Oh, futures. Yes. Oh, wait. Wait. Let's see. Did I already... Oh, goodness gracious. Did I already... Let's find out. Okay. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. Should be right. What? That's so dumb. Let's see here. There are those coming through for a pullback. It's thinking. I don't know what it's thinking about, but that's going to continue higher. really wanted to buy that there, but I figured I'd get filled at a higher price. I figured it was going to go up there. Come back, test the auction. Yep. There's the test right there. Test the sellers right there. Rotate back up. Right there. Ah, too late. I tried to get in that little pop. Tried to get in that little pop. Tried to time that. Let's watch and see what it does. I don't know what it's doing. I'm trying to log in. It told me I already had an email. It told me I needed to log in, and now it's just sitting there and thinking and not doing anything. So, I don't know. I'm trying to get into it. But I don't... Right now, it's just thinking. Here, you know what? We're going to do this. Let's if I just restart. And now, let's try it again. Oh, I'm in. Well, it says I'm in. I don't know what it's doing. I don't think it knows what it's doing. Tell me begin. Thank you. Yes. Maybe I need to allow in order for it to work. It's just thinking. It's not doing anything. See? That's all it's doing. It's going to irritate me. Hey Alex, no, this was real time. I replayed a day. I started at 9:30. I kind of took my first trade at the open because of what the heat map was telling me. I got kind of caught up here a little bit. Trying to go short a little bit too soon. Took a couple of expense trades in there, but the 48.55, that's actually my real live trading between 9:30 and 10:30 in the morning. Is it replay data? Yes, because the markets aren't open right now, but full, real, live practice. And not pre-recorded. I'm trying to get Bookmap right now, and it's not letting me log in to see what I have going on with my I don't think I have it downloaded or anything. I don't know what the issue is. Let's see. We're going to try doing it again now that it looks like I'm logged in maybe at the top. I don't know. All it's doing now is just cycling through. It's not actually letting me do that. Absolutely. How you doing today, Alex? You good? Life treating you well? I'm trying to get Bookmap, and then I'm going to... so in this process, right? So Friday, Thursday, I was asked a question live stream, Alex, and they were like, "Okay, how do you read the heat map?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't use it. I use order flow, right? I use, you know, footprint charts. I don't use the heat map." And then Friday morning, I woke up and I looked over at the heat map, and I don't know. I just saw something, and I just started watching it, and it just all came together. And I'm utilizing deep charts, but deep charts doesn't let you back test or run back data in their heat map through the micro contract, only the minis. And so now I'm trying to get bookmap because it will let me do that. I do have a question. Of course, do you give importance to previous day? Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Always give previous day. So let me show you what I have on my charts real quick. Okay, just so you can see for yourself. This is actually the volume profile for um, the London, the Asia, the London, and the U.S. sessions in a daily format. And I've already put indexed the day befores, which this would be last Thursday, so Wednesday, in this profile, and I didn't mean to. What I do is I will combine my profiles, right? But I leave one static day out, and then of course the current session is the dynamic. That way I can index what happened in the dynamic of the day before of current price. And then this is also a daily perspective, but only the US session, and I don't group these at all. That way I can, look at the ranges. I can look at the ranges of unfair highs, unfair lows, look and see the P formations and those type of things, right? Looking for where the high volume came in, where I'm possibly looking for rejection in current session. And then of course, now I've got these areas in here, which I'm really not going to index that low because it's in the correlation of all of these areas of value, but I have these ones down here. And then the other thing that I'll index to as well, which I don't think a lot of people do, is let's see if I can get a better example over here in this profile. And I don't know if other people do this or not, but I do here. Right here is a perfect example. See how we have unfair highs and unfair lows in the same one? I index this area, and I'm not interested in doing business in the overlapping profile where one is telling me short and the other one is telling me long. And so I will actually take this, I will make this red, and that's an area that I'm not willing to trade in that particular day. And then I utilize my custom profiles on the 30-minute, and I trade around then I pinpoint my areas from the daily perspective, and that I use that for, like, this line shouldn't be here. I was doing a demonstration for somebody else, or not demonstration, but I was just teaching, and I put that in, and now of course I'm having problems trying to delete it. But that vertical line, the vertical line shouldn't be in there. I don't use vertical lines. But that's how I put my plans together. And so I always start with my highest time frame first. Then I move down into the US session only. Then I utilize a 30-minute, and then I pinpoint those areas on my 2-minute charts. And then I index high volume areas where buyers and sellers got aggressive around the same price, and I utilize those to determine my true entry zones on the shorter time frame chart. And that's how I trade volume profiling and order flow. How about you? Do you index them too? No. And then I mark the okay, so Gex level and PDV. Okay, yep. Evaluate how I look for absorption with the divergence for the delta. Go with the trade. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Um, I don't use all that overlapping data. I used to do a lot with cumulative delta um for entry points for divergence. I utilize much more in my footprints now than in that context, just because it's easier for me to pinpoint areas within the footprints rather than the waiting for the rejection for divergences and those type of things. That's why I do that. But absolutely, Alex, thank you for stopping by and for your questions. I really, truly appreciate you. If you ever have any questions, feel free to step in. I do trade live. I mean, that's what this whole thing is about, is just demonstration. It's not about, um, trying to teach people a methodology of trading and those type of things. It's a community of growth, demonstrating principles, building a framework, and then allowing your perception to work within that framework to design your own trading criteria. That's what I'm here for. I don't know why I can't delete that box. I can't even delete any boxes right now. Oh, you know why? Because it's coming off of a longer time frame. That's why. There we go. Can I see my settings of the footprint, or is it just a default? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so in here for the, let's see here, where is it? So in here, in these, like the green and the sellers, that's all just, that's the colors, that's default. I don't go off of colors. Um, I'm really looking at the granular data as things are going on. Here, I'll show you my favorite setup. Here's my favorite setup. One of the trades I absolutely love taking. Where is it? And this will give you an idea of what I look at when I'm entering around this data. Where is it? I had one today. Where is that? That's probably the closest one. I'm looking for absorption. And so when we barely break these lows in here and we get these sellers coming in, and I've already have this bar over here, we opened up here. As we're coming down, we have 240, 122 sellers. We have a more aggressive sellers here. We start trading off of those sellers here at the bottom, barely break that low. Then we get buyers stepping in here stronger. There's my long. And that's just for a little scalp trade to the upside. That's one of my favorite setups right there. I think I was up like $70 on that position total, because it came down. But we did the same thing on the sell side here as well, right? Price action barely breaks the high. Sellers, much stronger sellers in here than we had over at this high over here, with a stronger buyers as well. And then as price action starts coming down, sellers start getting, less aggressive, but price is still going down. There's that signal for the short side right in there of that area here of that low volume. And so I would love to show you the, what I do in the context of the actual numbers in my indicator itself, but I just pop it in from deep charts over here off of this little setting, and then those are the numbers that it gives me. I don't adjust anything because I don't need to, because I'm not trading off the colors. I'm not trading off the dots. The dots are just there to give me support and resistance. And when a fast market, it's kind of nice to be able to look and just see a dot that pops up, brings my eyes to that area, and then I can take a look between the two. And the dots are also based upon total volume, just like my footprints here. I don't have delta on this. I use delta on the heat map. Now, in Sierra charts, I used all of my own, everything in Sierra charts, but that's easy to do. In Sierra charts, not easy, right? You almost have an engineering degree to do it. But Ram, do you ever experience analysis paralysis while trading and missed entries? What do you suggest for new traders like me to overcome this issue? I entered late, ending up in wider stop loss or low. Correct. Yes. Can I ask you a question? Are you waiting for confirmation? Are you hesitating in your positions? Is that what's causing that? I took my first trade in 1998, guys. I've been around, and so when I'm asking these questions and I'm answering some of these questions, it's coming from that perspective. Okay, you are hesitating. Let me break that down for you into a different idea that may help you. Okay, when we look at trading in general, all right, and we think of lagging indicators, for example, right? Everybody talks about lagging indicators. And then they'll say, well, the only two leading indicators, waiting for more confluences, right? Waiting for, and then leading indicators of volume and price. And I don't think there's any such thing as a leading indicator, maybe a crystal ball or, going into a time machine. Okay. Alex, to answer your question, cash, then I came in here and started streaming, and everybody wants to do prop, so I'm adjusting my methodology to work on prop. And that's why I'm doing all this practice and all that other stuff. Ram, let me get back to you real quick. There's no such thing as a leading indicator, but there is lagging indicators. Time is the most lagging indicator ever. And if you're waiting for confluence in your trades, I would probably suggest that it's coming from a lack of confidence in your own ability to analyze. There's a hole in the analysis. There's a hole in the theory, and you're waiting for more information and more confluence. That hole could be psychological in the context of fear. It could be in your methodology of you don't know yet and so you don't fully trust, and you're waiting for that confluence, which is waiting for more time, which makes you the lagging indicator. Try that on. I'm not challenging you. I'm not telling you that you're doing anything wrong. From my experience, that's what's really going on. Not the story of waiting for more confluence and waiting for more information, waiting for. There's a trust issue that's either driven from a lack of trust in the methodology yourself, or fear driven of not being on the right side. And my question for you is, which one is it? And so, Alex, to get in a little more detail of yours, um, I was a prop trader in 2008. 2010, I went retail. I retired in 2019 in December. And then I just came out of retirement a couple months ago. I was trading cash, and then everybody was talking to me about these prop firms, technology. Everything has changed in trading so much in the 6 years that I've been out of this, that I'm just like, okay, wow, you know, what's really going on here? So I'm still moving and shaking with things in that context, trying to find my place of where can I really be truly of value to individuals in this space, right? Um, I've been around. I've made almost every mistake that you can possibly make. Ram, yes, absolutely. I've had periods of time where, I waited for all of this information, and I would confuse myself because some of the information didn't go together. It wasn't until I created a framework around the markets. I stopped using indicators. I stopped, trying to be right. And I just allowed myself to learn a a framework in which I could really understand the markets. And I couldn't start understanding the markets until I started to understand the auction. I agree. So it's low confidence due to not having proven strategy. I started trading just orb in January this year. Okay, but maybe changed, and I'm getting setups properly. So I started learning order flow. 100%. Come on into the room. Come on into the room, Ram. I'm not. I don't have. I don't have any products to sell. I don't have a book. I don't have a course. I don't have a paid Discord. I have a Discord here. If you're interested, and you can go in and just take a look, go into the trading section, and look at my trades, look at what I talk about, see if you think that's going to be helpful. Order flow is a tool. Order flow is not a way to frame a framework around the auction itself. It's only a process. I'm a 23-year-old guy, 6 month into order flow, learning and doing prop firm. It's amazing. Alex, congratulations on that. How are you doing with your prop account? How's that going for you? Um, Trading is a journey. Trading is absolutely a journey, and what you do in your life, you're going to do in trading. What you do in trading, you're going to do in life. Why? Because trading is high performance. It's a high performance position, and because of that, you really have to look at other high performance positions: athletes, surgeons, not regular doctors, surgeons, um, sales, high performance sales, high dollar contracts, right? These are all high performance positions. When you look at high performance positions, they practice, they write scripts and practice scripts. They practice before the games. They eat right. They take care of themselves. These are all things that you do in high performance positions because you have to, because you're high performance. Trading is high performance. And what I do here in the Human Development Lab is I put myself into those positions of being in that performance driven mindset, right? And I don't look at it as a mindset. It's being in the moment, seeing the patterns that control the majority of our actions, and being able to notice that when those patterns are in control of what we do, we're sitting in the bleachers and we're watching, right? We're watching those patterns play out. We're not on the court participating, conscious participation, acting on the court right now in this present moment. And where does the present moment exist? It exists right here at the live edge, the first bar, this bar right here that's moving. That's the present moment. This is where we need to act. This is where we do our analysis. This is where everything happens. And if we don't have an idea of what's going on right here on this bar and what's happening, then we don't have a reason to be entering or doing things in the first place. See where barely broke the low volume? There's your long, right in here. For a scalp. And 2K USD payout for 6 months. That's phenomenal, Alex. In your first 6 months, you're doing a great job. Well done. Trading is a process. It's a journey. And what we don't realize is that the way that we see things from the past, the habitual patterns that are within us shape our perception. And when those things are running the show, our perception shifts. The way we view the data and the charts shift. And when we view data differently, we are going to act differently. And when our behavior is predicted by the predictive machine, by those patterns, conscious participation isn't acting in this moment. That is. And if that's acting, and it didn't create this system in the first place that we're using, then it's not using that system to determine what our predictive behavior is going to be in the future. And if we don't understand that, then we don't understand what it takes to develop into performance-driven careers in the first place. And that's where it starts. And then we take that groundwork and we apply it to the markets, because why would you be here if the trading wasn't an intention for you? Now we take your intention and we build a framework around whatever it is that you want. And through that framework, you start to build the model that you're going to rely on to take action in the present moment. And when you do that, you start to know that you're going to follow your plan. You start to trust yourself. And when you trust yourself and you know, something amazing happens. You start to align your actions to your intention. And when your intention comes online through aligned action, you start to fulfill your intention within the present moment, within your environment, and your environment starts to be fulfilled within your intention. And this is why it feels so good when we do what we say we're going to do. And when we do that, here we are. We're moving forward into what it is that we want. And the monthly payments for the Deep Dome and Deep Chart is really high for me. Yeah, and it can be. I mean, trading, it's a business, right? Businesses have costs, and the costs of trading, of doing business is expensive in trading, and people don't realize that. HeatMap. I got a question on HeatMap on Thursday, and somebody asked me about the HeatMap. And I had to tell them, I said, I don't know. I don't use it. I have it up, I watch it, and I brought it over. I'm like, behind the curtain, right? It's over here on this screen. And so I brought it over to the main screen. I said, but I to tell you the truth, I don't really know how to read it. And I do everything off of my footprint charts anyhow, off of order flow, and I'm really good at reading those. So I don't know how helpful it's going to be. But then Friday, I looked over at the chart, at the heat map itself, and I was like, wow, I can see it. And I traded that. And there was 14 scalps I was able to take in a row that were absolutely phenomenal. In just rotation between my support and resistant levels on my footprint charts that I saw in the heat map. And so I just got book maps so I can, because I can't, in deep charts, you can't take the micro NASDAQ and replay the data on it. And I need to practice this. The heat map isn't something you can just look at from past, right? You got to look at it from present data, from real-time data. And the only way to really get to do that is through practice. And I do know that there's going to be something in that heat map that's going to be helpful for me. But it's not going to be, seeing rejection. Because to see rejection, you got to qualify that rejection. Qualifying takes time. And now you just added a lagging indicator of time into what you're using through volume and price through order flow. And so it's got to be something that's just as live edge as volume and price, and I know it's there. Those work during ranging markets, like what happened during June 24th. Any trades? Here. Let me show you what I do. I am not going to answer that question for you with words. Why? Your question needs a heck of a lot more. It needs to be demonstrated. One, I don't remember what happened on June 24th. I don't know what my results were, to be honest with you. But I can go back to June 24th and I can trade it for you. I can go back to June 24th and say, okay, here's my plan. I can build that plan for you right now and what I would do, where my areas would be. And then I can say, okay, now with that plan, this is how I would trade it. Start going forward from there. And here we go. Thank you for your valuable, see you later. I got to go now. Alex, absolute pleasure. Good luck to you. Yeah, you're on the right path. You are absolutely on the right path. Prath, would you like me to do that? You want to see it? Instead of me just telling you what I would do you want to see me what I would do? So the first thing I can tell you in the 24th, we have value area low and a value area low. We have this area right here of overlapping value. You go long in unfair lows and you go long in unfair lows, right? This area here is of importance, okay? Beautiful. This area is of importance right here. So I'm going to go ahead and index that, okay? And now what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to, let's see here, July 3rd. I don't think we're on the right. I don't think I'm on the right one yet. Hold on. June 24th at 9:30. No, I wasn't on the right one. Sorry. Let's go back. Okay. Is this the right day? June 24th. Beautiful. Okay. So we have June 24th. Now, wait for my chart to come back up again. Okay. So June 24th is already wrapped into this profile. We're trading in here. So the first thing to look at, okay, range-bound markets. What causes range-bound markets? Price trades around time, around areas. Okay. Because in order for, of course, anytime, this is what I do. Anytime price is trading around a high value area like this, you're anticipating rotational market. And the market's going to be rotational from some area of a low volume node to another volume node. And that's going to be your range right there. It's just the way it is. So I would anticipate with price being here, unless we get below this area and price action moves back up and comes back down, or it comes out of here, comes back down and moves back up, we should be in a rotational market for the majority of the day. All right. That's just auction market theory 101. Okay. Now, what do we have here? We have conflicting information within the profiles. Let me just blow this up. Okay. We have high volume here. We have an extremely low volume, low range day on June 19th. And then we turn around and create a B formation, right? Where we're anticipating price action to move down. And what do we get? We get a gap. Okay. Now we have a gap on a very low ranged market in an area of high volume on a daily chart. Okay. And this is daily too, but that's all sessions on the daily chart. With the low volume, with two areas of high volume here and here, the market is more than likely going to be rotational between these areas for the majority of the day, unless we can break out of this range. Okay, so that's where we're at so far. Now we come over to the 30-minute perspective. And good. Okay. This is actually from the daily chart. This is that range I'm talking about. Okay. This is from the daily chart of what I just indexed. And this is coming from a higher time frame area. Okay. And what we just created is a new value area. And this is the value area so far of the day. We have unfair lows, unfair highs. Okay. And what we can do is we can index these areas here, and we can index these areas down here. And we want to be long if the market comes down into this area. And we want to be short if the market comes down into this area. And if we do anything in between where the orange is, we need to be, if we're doing anything in here, we need to be very careful. It needs to be scalps, and it needs to be rotational, where we're buying it at the lows and we're selling it at the highs. And if we can't do that, or we don't know how to do it, then we don't want to trade within this range at all. So if you wanted to, you could put this in here like this and say, no trading. Unless you know how to trade ranges. So I'm going to take this out of here, and I'm going to say, okay, we're going to trade in that range and see how we do. It's 9:30. We're going to go ahead and hit play. Price action immediately trades down. Where does it go to? Right here in this area. Right into that area. What do we have here? The auction. Buyers and sellers talking almost at the same price. We come right down into the area that I've already indexed. Look at that. Another buyer steps in. Okay, we're already at the low of the range. Look at this, an auction. Buyers and sellers talking to each other around the same price. There's the long. At the open, there's the long. Stop just below the price. Just below the low. risking 565 on the position, anticipating some rotation between these two areas, but I'm anticipating this price action is to reject from this area. And let's see if it happens. Rotating higher, up 435. We're going to go ahead and lock in 85. Stopped out. Beautiful. Fine. $85 on the day. Perfect. $60 on the day. Took a shot, got stopped out. We have all of this area of support underneath us. Now what I'm doing is waiting for a higher high. Damn it. Got him way too high there. I was wanting to get in right here, and the market just moved up too fast. Now I'm risking way too much in the position, but I'm in, and now I have to wait. That's what happens sometimes, right? Anticipating price to come back down here and test into this area, and then come back in here and test into this area. And if buyers are strong, we're going to break out of this area. Go ahead and lock in 65. We're up 400. Lock in 155. Price action is making the high. Is going to put stop right back in here. Stop at 215, 700, 350. Up 800, locking in 465, then put my stop in here, locking in 900, up 1600, 1115, up 2000, going to go ahead and lock in some more, up 2400, locking in 2100, and now we have $2,200 of the casino's money to play with this morning. Now we're going to sit back and we're going to see what this market decides to do. And people say entering around the open is gambling. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, because sometimes you get right into an area like this and you just have to trade your area. Took a shot, got stopped out, took another shot, got a really bad fill. But seriously, did you see me, panic because of the bad fill? Did you see me question what I was doing because of the bad fill? Did you see me move my stop into a better area of less risk? No, I kept everything exactly the same. So I got a bad fill. I can't control that. I can't control what the market does when I'm going to enter. I have to take what the market gives me, but that doesn't mean I have to adjust to the market because of it. And then what happens? The market moves nicely in direction. Which chart you can use now, Sam? What do you mean? Which chart? I'm just using the 2-minute right now. I have my areas already pinpointed on my longer time frame charts. That's where my analysis comes from. Now I just trade the short term. I'll watch the longer terms and kind of see what's going on. I'll see how volume down here is developing, right? We're developing into a double distribution right now. I'm anticipating we're going to come back at some point in time and test these lows in here again. Already, we're at the highs, but I'm anticipating we're going to come down here because of all the volume that we established down here. We're not going to leave that there. We're not going to leave this in just double distribution. We're going to fill in price action through this area at some point in time. Where am I looking at getting back into a possible short? Not until we break up here above 29,900. See, my area is right up here. So as long as we're in here, We're in a balanced ranged market condition. Do I see chop? Do I see anything else right now? No, we're just trading in balance. I'm anticipating we're going to come back down and test the lows. Doesn't mean that we're going to. I'm just anticipating that at some point in time today we're going to. I got stopped 2 times during that open and walked away. My stop loss was tight. Yes. Anyways, you got a new subscriber. I hope your channel grows fast. Proth, thank you so much. Okay. In that context, first of all, on that bar, okay? First, you can't use tight stops in a volatile market condition. At the open is the most volatile the market will be. You cannot use tight stops. You can't. If you have to use tight stops, you want to be in rotational markets. Okay? You want to be in tighter markets. You want to be in slower markets. I'm going to show you something real quick. Okay? See how we're coming down here and breaking these lows, right? We haven't broke these lows in any strength yet. We have sellers coming in here getting more aggressive. I'm anticipating this low to be broken. But if it doesn't and I see buyers stepping back in here again, I'm going long. Because we barely broke this low here, it means sellers are not willing to sell at lower prices. And I'm looking for buyers to step in to absorb that selling pressure for price action to move back up. I'm not going in long now. My confirmation is here. Doing that, now I have a really tight stop. That's something you can do on a tight stop. Now, if you're in a prop account and you're running tight stops, it's usually because you have a high watermark trailing stop or trailing drawdown. And what does that mean? If you have a $50,000 account and you go up by 1,000, you have 51,000 in the account and you have a trailing high watermark, trailing drawdown. What will happen is you have a $2,000 drawdown, right? So you have 48,000, but since you made 1,000, you only have 49,000. It's not that you still have the 48,000, you have the 49,000. You have to use tighter stops. Go to the micro accounts. Allow yourself to have that tighter stop. Is it going to take you a couple more days in order to get funded because the dollar amounts are so much less? Yes. But you know what though? You have inventory. You could trade around these areas of inventory and get more size, putting your stop down here and letting her go. And at the long run, you'll make more money. San, how to join your personal class, or now, tell me which chat you can take a trade. Okay. I don't have classes. This is the class, San. This is it. I don't charge at all. So you're already in the class. Welcome. Welcome to the Human Performance Lab. That open swept both highs and lows of Asian and London highs. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. It's fun, isn't it? They never said that trading was going to be easy. And if you sweep both highs and lows of the London session and the Asian session, right, you're in high volatility. You can't use tight stops in high volatility. You just can't. You're going to get ran over. It's not your methodology. It's your money management. You're trying to use a 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward ratio. You can't do that. I didn't do that here. Not even a little bit. Because you got to get out of that mindset, especially in high volatile markets. Let's keep going. Let's see what happens. This is fun. Let's play. Let's see, we're breaking the lows a little bit, right? I just didn't buy anticipating that it's just going to go up. No, it's coming back down again. But where is it going to come down to? That's the question. Well, I'm going to tell you where it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to this area here, possibly into here, or these highs. One of the three. One of the three. Can it go into here? 100%. Yes, it can absolutely go into this area. Okay? Probability speaking, it's not going to. Let's see what happens. Tight stop. $200. Lock in 80. We're up 400. Lock in 160. There's another scalp. And now we wait. And now we wait. And I felt mad that day because I went, it happens. It does. Absolutely. Maybe I'll stick with micros, not mini. I'm not comfortable with minis. By the way, I am new to futures, just 2 months, no payouts. Okay. You're already taking the right step. Okay. You're in here. Okay. I can help you with those things. I can't tell you exactly what to do because every trader perceives the charts differently, but I can help you build a framework. I was trading cash. I'm going into a prop account as well, but I'm not using high watermarks. Okay. I'm using a $5,000 static drawdown. Okay. 5,000 static drawdown. All right. It means I have to make $20,000. Okay. Not difficult to do. In my last session, I was up over 4,500 in the first hour. Now I'm already up 2,340. It's already over $6,000 in 2 days. It's not going to take long to get to $20,000. But why am I doing static? Because it's the only way to manage things. Okay. I just got Bookmap. And I just got Bookmap so I can start looking at the heat map because I was seeing some pretty interesting things on Friday in the heat map when it comes to the micros. The problem is in the micros here, I can't, in deep charts, I can't use their heat map and I can't replay data, which means I can't practice. And if I can't practice, I can't do anything because this is where you make your money, is in the practice. You don't make your money when you show up on the court to play the game. You make your money in the practice. No different than a professional athlete. They don't make their money when they show up on the court to play the game. They make it in the practice, because if they just show up to play the game, they're not going to play well and they're going to lose their contract. They're going to blow it up. They're going to have their drawdown. They show up in the practice. That's where we need to be showing up. Is here in these moments, practicing our craft, constantly getting better, learning new things, running everything through a theory and demonstrating them in the lab. Not in the lab, though, of your predictive behavior, in the lab of your intention and conscious participation coming online, aligning your actions to your intention to bring your desired future into the present moment. Not because you just dreamed it up, because you took the action in order to make it happen. How to learn order flow as a beginner? Come over here. I'll teach you. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm not trying to be anything else. I took my first trade in 1998, guys. I've been around. I retired from trading in the end of 2019, in December of 2019, due to a divorce, and I came out of retirement 2 months ago. Okay? And this is what I'm doing. All right? I don't charge. I don't do any of those crazy things. Okay? Here. Go here. Go here. Wait, is that right? There. Go there. If it comes up. There we go. Go there. Go to the trading section and look at my trades. Just go look at them. I did all those real time, live. I put all the static charts in there of just, taking a screenshot and putting it in there. Take a look at those. Okay? Take a look at what it is that I am doing. Take a look what I talk about. And everything I do is live. I'm not going to tell you how to do something. I'm going to show you how I do it. And that is going to allow you to interpret the data in a way to make you execute in a way that's aligned to who you are, not aligned to me. Because we all have different perception, and perception is what we utilize to view the information in the charts that makes us act in the first place. And no, I don't charge anything. No, you don't see anything on my screen ever saying, "Hey, come on over here, use this discount code." None of that. Because I want to see people succeed. I'm 50 years old and this is the legacy that I decided to leave behind. Let's go. What are we waiting for? Price action to see what it's going to do. We don't need to act in every moment. I already went long in this area, but that was the pullback. Why are we rejecting here? I don't want to go along again right now. Look at these sellers. We have, strong selling pressure in here. Now, wait a second. We have buyers coming in here. This is the area of support and resistance that I'm looking at right now. We're in this area of this area. Let's see if we get some more buyer response. Look at the buyer stepping in here. We haven't moved price up, so I'm not in yet, but buyers are strong there. I'm anticipating that if we don't get down here and test these lows or break them, we're going to come up here into this area, see stronger buyers, and we're going to see another pullback in this market to the upside. Didn't get back up there. No strong buyers, no entry. We cycled back down. Not because I was right, because the market didn't give me what I wanted and decided to do something different. JJ, how's it going? Watching from the UK. Well, join Discord, join your stream. JJ, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Where are you at across the pond? I have to ask, where are you at? I used to run a trading room in the between 2010 and 2012, and I had a lot of Brits in there, a lot of individuals in the UK, a lot of Australians. You guys are awesome. I love you all. You're amazing. I had the pleasure of serving with some British Marines in Afghanistan. God, they're amazing, absolutely amazing. Yes, thank you for being here. Truly, truly, truly appreciate you. So what are we looking at? Price action's now kind of in a dead zone, right? I said it could trade down here, but I'm not anticipating it to just kind of stop in here, right? I'm looking for a deeper drawdown or pullback. So I'm not coming back in here and looking for a potential long at the moment, right? Prath, beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. And again, all free. Right? You don't see anything in there for free. Go to the trading section and see if there's anything in the trading section in there. Read it. Look at the charts. Is there value? If there is, every morning, 9:40 a.m., 10:40 a.m., Monday through Friday, come on in here. Let me show you how I build my plans. Let me show you how I put this together. Okay? Absolutely. Let me show you how I put this together, okay? Watch, learn, ask questions. Ask questions. Ask questions. I'd say it again, but I might lose people if I do, so I won't, okay? And let's get you seeing the stuff the way you want to, okay? And how do you start learning from me? Join them. You're serving now, currently living in Scotland, but I'm English. Oh goodness, JJ, that's awesome. Are you in the Marine Corps? Are you in the British Marines? Are you in the Marines? Just tell me. Because you're saying you're serving now. Are you really? So funny in such a small world. Here, I'm gonna show you something. Oh, where is it? Hold on. I was just playing with it the other day. Oh man, where is it at? Hold on. I know it's here. I might have to show it to you later. Because I don't see it offhand. And I always have it around. I don't show too many people it because they don't understand, right? But if you're serving now, you will. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know where it's at right now, unfortunately. It's a coin, one of the challenge coins, right? The Navy. Oh well, listen, Squid, we're not talking anymore. That's it. It's all over. No, thank you for your service. Seriously. It's a coin from the FBI that I wouldn't have earned if it wasn't for the British Marines. There's a story there. Absolutely phenomenal. You know how the branches are. We talk trash to each other, right? I was in the Marine Corps, I was in the Army, as a National Guard, I was confused and slept around when I was younger. All for a reason, but yeah. JJ, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. Truly, truly appreciate my friends from across the pond. I love it. Love it. Love it. Is it paid? Is what paid? Did he go grab his rifle? No, no. No, I wouldn't do that to you guys. Question one, what is the actual order flow and what's the number showed by one single candle and how do you know on the single candle you take a trade up or down? Okay, Epic, I collect them too. Yeah, I get like 33 of them in Afghanistan, but my one and only that I really care about is the one from the FBI. Just because of the experience it took to get it. And like I said, I wouldn't have gotten it if it wasn't for the British Marines. They're phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. I think they're probably better trained than the US Marines, to be honest with you. They are epic. Absolutely. Okay, so what do these numbers mean in the order flow? It really depends on what you want them to mean. Okay? Now, I know that doesn't help you, but just stay with me for a second. I use the order flow in total volume. Okay? Total volume of the bid and the ask. So all it's doing is taking total volume and it's splitting it between the bid and the ask. But why the bid and the ask? And that's why we're going to back up for a second. The markets are an auction. Okay? That's all it is an auction. And if the market is truly, 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 truly healthy, okay, the market's going to just trade in a straight line. Why? Because for every buyer, there's a seller. For every seller, there's a buyer. And price would never move because it's completely healthy. What happens is a market becomes what I call unhealthy. Not because it's unhealthy, it's because one side gets more aggressive than the other. Okay? And that's where trends start. And so trends, we all love them because if we're long-term investors, we're making money in a trend, right? But the market itself is actually unhealthy in a trend. This is why it always comes back to the areas of the higher volume. Always comes back to the area of the higher volume. Why? Because the higher volume is where it's going to attract price to come back to a healthier equilibrium after it's gone imbalanced and trending. Bro, where you live? I live in the United States. I'm actually in West Virginia right now. And I know, yes, I will absolutely 100% assure you, and then one of the reasons why I came here was just to figure this out, are all of the rumors about West Virginia true? 100%. Yes, they are. All of them are. I lived in 17 states from 2010 to 2016. I'm from the West Coast, California, Oregon. And I came out here in 2022 to, I was in a really depressed state. I went through a very bad divorce. I almost died in 2023 because of all of that. And I came here to, honestly, I came here to get away from absolutely everything, lock myself into my little apartment that I lived in at the time, waiting for time of this life to be done, to be completely honest with you. And that's what brought me into West Virginia. I started writing, I started doing other things, trying to actually do something, but it was just a dance. It was just more of an excuse, trying to escape from the pain of my past. And luckily, I got out of it. How did I end up with trading, and from where did you learn deep charts and what made you sticking with order flow as your edge? So I took my first trade in 1998. And then I stopped trading around 2001 so I could go to Afghanistan. I got into commercial investment banking with the third largest bank at the time in the U.S. In 2005, I was on the trading floor for commercial mortgage-backed securities. Um, yes, I love it, Brad. We will definitely be in the divorce gang. Um, and then from 2008, 2010, I worked for a prop firm, at a brick and mortar prop firm, not one of these prop firms that you guys know of now. I started day trading stocks and event driven news, and all I used was one of these time and sales. I just used a time and sales. That's all I used. Um, and then what I did was in 2010 I went retail and I went futures, and that's when I started. In 2012 I started learning volume profiling and order flow. In 2014 I got really good at it, and then in 2019, so I just traded cash from 2014 to 2019, and then 2019 I pretty much lost everything, and I just got back into trading 2 months ago. I retired in the end of 2019, and then I unretired in April of this year. Well, May. I started watching streamers in April. Um, RAM. Um, to be in caught level, just yeah, right. How did I get over my psychological pain? How did it affect your trading? So the psychological trade, the reason why I retired from trading is because the psychological pain just made it so I couldn't trade. I tried trading in March, April timeframe in 2020, and I completely failed miserably. I took 25 trades, and every single one of them were an expense. Every one, not one. Bro, you look so skilled in it where you live. I wish I could come to you and learn from you. I really appreciate that, founder. I really do. Thank you. That's touching. It really is. You don't have to. We're going to do it right here. We're going to do it right here. Okay? Promise. Right here. Right now. All right? You're going to get this. Anybody can get this. You just got to learn the right information, the right framework. Okay? You got to get away from indicators. You got to get away from anything that's lagging. And time is the biggest lagging indicator there is. Think about it. People will say the only two leading indicators that exist is volume and price. I don't believe in that, right? Founder, okay, you lost a lot. All right. Well, guess what? So did I when I got started. Okay, over 100,000. Are we about in the same ballpark? And then I spent about $120,000 trying to learn all of this. JJ, Stoicism helped me through dark patches of grief. Stoicism can definitely help. You know what really actually just helped me? Just allowing myself to be in the moment, the present moment, right? Learning about Andrew Huberman, and focus, urgency, action, and sleep, changing the neuroplasticity of our minds. That's a key. I lost a lot following random traders, like even inner circle traders. I learned it, but lost money in every course. Well, okay, but here's the thing, right? I'm going to challenge you for a second, founder. Okay, not because I'm doing it because I care about people and I care about you. I lost a lot following random traders, like even inner circle traders. I learned it, but lost money in every course because you're searching. You're searching for the way to do this. You're searching for the answer. Okay? And if you're searching for something, guys, listen to this for a second. You want to know how I got out of my deep darkness? This is it. As long as you're searching for something, you're doing a dance with it. And if you're doing a dance with something, you're not living it. And ICT is like the worst thing out there. I'm here because ICT exists, okay? ICT brought me out of retirement. I was watching these individuals, and that's what they were talking about. They were doing the fib retracements and everything else like that. I'm like, oh, hell no. No, 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 no. No, because all those individuals they're not making money from their trade, and they're making money from what they're selling in the evaluations. We have to stop doing a dance. We have to stop doing a dance with this. We have to stop having trading being something we want to do. We have to become committed to it. It has to be intentional. And we need the urgency to bring it into the present moment and actually do it. Because sitting here thinking about it, closing our eyes, right? Thinking about it, wanting it, wishing it, isn't going to do anything. It's the action. But where does action come from? Action comes from predictive machine, the brain, the central nervous system that predicts our future behavior. And unless you learn how to interrupt that, stop sitting in the courts watching that part of you take action on the court itself, because you're sitting in the bleachers watching it. You need to get out of the bleachers, get onto the court, and start taking action. What's the court? Your intention. And when do you do that? Right now. And where's right now? Look at my chart. Look at my chart. This right here is right now, the present moment. And if you're sitting here in this moment with an intention, then you have the urgency to act on it right now. And that is when you know that you're ready. That's when you stop doing a dance with trading or anything else you want to do, and you start impacting yourself in your life in a meaningful way, because you start impacting on the court of life, playing the game of life aligned to your intention. That's how we do it. Bro, I can see you're doing so good that you will get a lot of viewers and followers soon. And then people like us, we can't be able to communicate because you have to reply a lot of viewers and comments. So this is what's going to happen. You're right, founder. I am going to grow. But you know what? This is what Discord's for. This is what your guys' comments are for. This is what it means for me to come in, not just between 9:40 and 10:40 where I'm trading, but 2 p.m. in the afternoon every single day. Because I'm not going to leave a single one of you behind. Not leave a single one of you behind. If you want to learn, I'm going to be here. Exactly, JJ. You get the reps in. You practice, you practice, you practice, you practice, you practice. And I'm sorry, guys, but if you're looking for pullbacks in ICT, or you're looking for an indicator to give you an indication, and you're going through static charts like this, and you're going through that information, and you're saying, oh, wow, look, there's an entry. Oh, okay, yeah, it did that. Okay, yeah, look, it was a winner, or it was a loser, or whatever. You're not trading. You are not trading. This is not trading. You're doing a dance with the idea of trading, and you are not engaged in the action of actual trading, because trading is an auction. It's volume and it's price, and anything else is lagging. Anytime you add any type of confluence or need to have confirmation of your trades, you're adding time into the equation, and time is always lagging. I can't lead you to water, but I can give you a framework that you can start to create a system with. And then you can start developing that system into your own practice. And in that practice, you're going to start to align your actions to your intention as long as you stay with it. I can't make anybody profitable. But what I sure in the hell can do is teach you the skills to get there, but not teach you as in a book or a course and I'm just talking like I am right now. No, we're going to get into it right here. I'm going to demonstrate it. I'm going to show you how I do it. I'm going to show you my mistakes. I'm going to show you all of it. Oh, don't apologize, Ram. Not at all. Do you use GEX levels during your analysis? You know what? This is so funny, Ram. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Okay? I don't even know what the hell a GEX level is. I have no idea. I don't know. I that's something that you guys have decided that you use after sometime in 2020. And to answer somebody else's question in 98, was I using order flow? Well, hell no. Order flow charts and footprints weren't even available in technology until around 2010, 2012. Oh no. My first trading strategy with a stochastic oscillator on the main index of the S&P 500, because we didn't have the minis at that point in time. $250 a point using a stochastic oscillator, waiting for 45 seconds to a minute for your fills to be printed out on an actual printer, because that's the way you got your fills. A lot of love from my side. From Pakistan, thank you for being here. Absolutely. Yeah. I've met a lot of people from Pakistan recently. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love it. Okay, so what about your setup first? How to do that setup? Like, you have so much opened on screen, how to replicate it on my screen. Beautiful. I really don't have a lot on my screen, to be honest with you. Let's just go ahead and go through it real quick. Somebody today asked me, they're saying, oh, well, June 24th, how do you trade a ranging day? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Why don't we just go to June 24th and we'll play it? Well, here I am, $2,340 up, but I already did the pre-market analysis, but let's do it again. Okay. Modern society conditions us to crave instant gratification and constant validation, but remember, nothing truly worth having comes easy, 100%. And it's not that it comes hard either. Here's the problem, right? You know what grinding is? I'll tell you what grinding is. Grinding is doing something to try to make something happen, okay? Think about it, all right? You think of different parts of the world, right? Plant a seed. Try to plant an oak tree in the middle of Pakistan. Question for you, founder. How many oak trees do you have in Pakistan? Just out of curiosity. You guys have a lot of oak trees, or very few, or none at all? Prath from India, welcome. Likewise. It's so funny. It's so funny. I love this, because you get it. You're in the whole. You have cultures from the whole world, and the culture is what really designs so much of our perception, and everybody sees things a little bit differently. This is why I don't teach that aspect of it. I teach the framework, so you can put your culture, you can put everything that you believe in into it. And the last person that's going to judge you is me. But think of oak trees. They don't grow everywhere. Okay. And if you want to turn around and you want an oak tree and your environment isn't aligned to that oak tree, you're going to try to plant it. You're going to try to take care of it. You're going to try everything else, but you put your mind away from it for just even 5 seconds. The environment's going to turn around. It's going to destroy it. That's grinding. You're forcing something to grow that's not aligned to growing in the environment that you're in. What am I trading right now with the market close, Lou? This is just me replaying a day. Somebody asked me, how do you trade a sideways market condition? I said, well, what day are you looking at? June 24th. I'm like, well, I'm not going to tell you how to trade it. Let's just trade it. Let me see what I do. Let me demonstrate it. That's what I do. No, this isn't a teaching series. This is just me coming in here practicing. This is what I do. I practice. I practice a lot. And rather than just practicing on my own, I come in and I practice on streaming, and I get to meet amazing individuals like you all doing the process. That's all I'm doing. So let's go into my pre-market analysis real quick. Okay. Let's just do it. Why not? So this screen, what is this? This is a volume profile chart that's off of a daily chart of all 3 sessions, Asian, London, and US session, all wrapped up in one. Yeah, at the open too, Prath, which I usually don't trade at the open, but you guys will see in a second why I decided to trade on the open on this day. Trading at the open, it's like, oh, it's just gambling. Well, not always. Sometimes it makes really good reasons to trade at the open. Not always, but sometimes. And you just have to know for yourself when those sometimes are. But I'm going to show you why it was my sometime. So when I come in here, right, the first thing I'm looking at is price action is pretty much trading here in this area. Okay, price action has been coming up since June 1st. We started to move into a pullback. Everybody's like, oh, well, is the market going down? No, it's not going down. Not at all. We're trading a value. Value is not an imbalanced market condition. We're trading in value. And we just so happen right now to be trading around the highest volume of value. When price trades around high volume, the only way for volume to be that high is because it spent time there. The more time it spends, chances are the more volume was traded there. And so if price is going to trade around an area for time, you should anticipate it's going to trade around time. And in that context, you can see the time it's going to spend. Now, you don't see me put the box here just in the orange. You see me put it into the expanded area. Why? I put it around the areas where price didn't spend much time around. It moved away from there to create other higher areas of volume. So it didn't trade very long in here. And it came up here, traded a lot of time, came back through here, didn't trade as much time, traded a lot of time here, not much time here, and a lot of time in here. That's what the market does. And as traders, if we don't recognize that, then we don't understand the auction itself. And if you don't understand something, you can't know it. And if you can't know something, you can't trust it. And now you're just trying to follow it in faith until guess what? You lose your faith. Why? Because you can't know or trust the thing you have faith in the first place. All because you don't understand it. That's all I need to do on that chart. That's it. No more. So now I go into the daily chart, the US session. What does the US session tell me? Well, the US session pretty much tells me the same damn thing that that session did, just a little bit of a different story. Okay? So what is it telling me? Well, price action was trading in these highs, all-time highs, right? All-time highs all the way over here, came down a little bit, came down a little bit more, traded a lot of volume in here, right? Price action came back up, tested back into these high areas of volume, couldn't make higher highs, and price is now starting to cycle back down. We have a little bit of a gap here, and now price is trading here after this gap, okay? Two things on a gap. Gaps usually don't just run. They either fill, especially at highs, they either fill or they rotate around an area. And what's going to happen if price is trading around an area and rotating? It's probably going to be in a tighter range than normal. So we should already be anticipating a tighter range. And then what do we have down here? Right down here, we have what's called unfair lows. Right there. So we're looking for possible rejection around that area. But we have a little bit of high volume here, okay? So I want to take that now. I want to take that to a 30-minute chart, to an area where I've already drawn my volume profile. Prath, you were in here, right? You saw me. I already had that profile drawn in there, right? I didn't draw it because, after the fact, I drew it before, right? So now price action is trading in this little range, this little tight range of value. Now we have our unfair lows and our unfair highs, and we have low volume nodes around unfair lows and unfair highs. We're looking for rejection. Price action was already trading in here. I was already anticipating the rejection. At the open, we come down to that area, we reject. High volume comes into this bar at the bottom. There's my area, my signal to go long. Why? Because the high volume is coming in above the open, above the low, anticipating price action to rotate back up to value area high. That's why I went long first thing in the morning, because the auction was telling me that chances are price is going to reject from this area, not spend time here. Price rejected, high volume came in, rotated back to the high volume. There's the entry. I understand multi-time frame analysis, but I struggle with my entries. Yep. Yeah. Well, yeah, because your entries, you probably have a pretty tight stop, right, JJ? What's your stop usually? I think you need more screen time hours and practice the entry. I like how you move the stop loss to break even and then plus some profit. I just trail. Now look, guys. Okay, look. Okay, in here, I do a lot of scalping. I don't do scalping because I'm a scalper. The reason why I scalp is this. If you can pinpoint scalping entries, then you can trade any time frame, because a scalp can be turned into a day trade can be turned into a swing trade turned into a position trade, all based upon your scalp entry. I hope you understand that. And if you're scalping and you're in a mini contract and you can only have a $2,000 drawdown in the first place, you can't stomach a $500 to $1,000 loss. So you can only trade a one lot. So your scalping is just a one lot. But if we can get into the micros, we can have an area that we can trade around and build inventory. We take some off in a scalping and it comes back again. We build inventory again, take some off, it comes back until it either stops us out or it runs. And when it runs, we take a little bit more off in the run, and then we turn that damn position into a freaking day trade. And that's where we make our money. Because we can scale in and scale out. We're not all in and all out. We're not just one-shot ponies. We're trading. If you're doing a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward ratio and you're all in and all out, you're not trading, you're hoping and praying. You're hoping and praying that your entry just arbitrarily is in the right spot in the market and your stop is not going to get hit and you don't even realize you're doing it because you're running a 2-to-1, 3-to-1. Everybody's telling you that's the way to do it. You're guessing, you're hoping, you're praying, you're dancing. An expected number of 22.6 million to 35 million oak trees currently stand in Pakistan. Okay, so yeah, you guys have quite a few of them. A cold weather plant. I don't know. Cold weather plant. Jasmine or some trash like that. I don't know. The point is not all plants, not all things grow in the same environments. Okay? And if you're trying to plant a seed, an intention, an environment in your personal environment that seed doesn't grow into, that's grinding. Because now you have to force your environment to accept that seed. And the moment you stop doing it, whatever's growing dies. This is maybe one of the most golden nuggets of info I've had in a while. Thanks, Tony JJ. You're welcome. Anytime. I'll go through your previous live videos and make notes, compare with my own trading and learn. You know, I do these setups in every single video that I do because all my videos are demonstration. Every single one of my videos are a demonstration. I am just here to provide the knowledge that I have to you guys. And then it's your job to do something with it. I really appreciate this, guys. I appreciate all the support. This is amazing. So let's get into this. So here's our areas, right? There's the areas. And what's happening? Price action's coming right back down to this area again. All right. I already made $2,300 or so off of this move right here, right? Now it's coming back down. Did I short up here? No. Why? Because I'm not expecting price action to rotate from this area. I want to see it higher. So I didn't get in. Somebody else's opportunity. Let them deal with that. That's not mine. I only get into my areas because I can trade around my areas. I even got an extremely bad fill here. I was anticipating this to come back and test in here, and it sure did. And I got in way up here. I had to run $1,000 stop on this thing. $1,000 stop in order to be able to do this. But I didn't get shaken out of that. I didn't get scared. It was just like, whatever. So I got a bad feel. Okay. I have to take what the market gives me. I can't just tell the market what it's going to do. I have to give what it gives me. And then I trailed it up. It's whatever. It is what it is. You know, you can't let stuff like that bother you as a trader because all those things that can happen. I've traded the flash crash, guys, at 2010. I was in the market. I was in short, thank God. And the market dropped like 50 points in like seconds. I was like, whoa. I got out. I could have had like $40,000 that day and I got out. Why? Because I know the volatility of the markets can just move like that. But I didn't trail my stop. I didn't trail my stop. I just got out because I got scared. If you get scared in the markets, you're going to make a mistake. Because what drives fear? The same thing that drove the fear of the cavemen when the saber-toothed tiger was out there chasing them. It's the same thing. You freeze or you fight or you run. That day I ran. Oak blended whiskeys are amazing, Prath. Absolutely, 100%. I prefer bourbon, though. Try a 23-year bottle of Elijah Craig from Heavenly Distillery. That stuff is smooth. So price action is just trading in this range right now. Why do you think I have this area picked right here? Anybody have any idea of why I may have drawn this box right here? Pain, fear, 100%. Yes. And it triggers our predictive machine. And when the predictive machine is on the court, your conscious participation is not on the court because only one part of you can be on the court at one time. It's either the part that predicts your future behavior, or it's a conscious participation that knows your intention. And if your machine is on the court, you're in the stands watching it. But it's your identity. And so now it hacks, and now you blame yourself. And now there's a lot of pain. Now there's a lot of fear, and it just brings it more back on the court. Resistance at 29,650. Let's see, 29,650 for resistance. What are you looking at? 850. Yeah, but resistance at 650, sure, but what was once resistance is now support. Trap shorts? Okay. I love the answers, guys. I love the answers. Okay? Empty your cup for a second. I'm about ready to drop some knowledge on you. All right? You ready? You guys ready for some knowledge? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to go ahead and drop some knowledge on you. You guys want to learn something right now? I do. I'm putting a 1 in the chat right now because I want to learn it. I know it and I still want to learn it because it's so valuable. You guys ready? Here we go. What is the market? Somebody answer to me. What is the market in my framework? What is it? Starts with an A and ends with an N. What is it? I gotta stop this whole delay on this chat thing because it's not working for me. Because you guys are amazing and I'm talking. And I have a 20-second delay, I think, on the chat. I gotta move that. That doesn't work. Oh, you guys are amazing. See, you guys are hungry. You guys want this. That makes me want to give you guys this information. So JJ, yes, the market is an auction. What does it take to have in the auction? What do you need? You need participants, but participants of what? Both sides, the buyers and the sellers. What's happening down here? The buyers and sellers are strong almost at the same price in a wick. Think about that. Heavy participants of buyers and sellers near the same price. Price moves away from that. Where's it going to go back to? The auction. Remember that flat line? Where markets are healthy? Where for every buyer there's a seller, for every seller there's a buyer? And where did price just come back to? And where did I say that I didn't want to do business? And now you guys know why I'm on a 2-minute chart. Yes, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh, you're awesome. I appreciate you. I couldn't go on TikTok today because I actually have my chat up now, but I couldn't get it up on OBS, so I came over here onto the dark side of Streamlabs, and well, now my alerts aren't working, but you know, I got other things going on. At least I have a chat up. Mm-hmm. Exactly, JJ. But it wasn't resistance. It's support. So let's wait. Let's watch what happens here. Let's watch what happens at the auction. Let me demonstrate to you how I trade an auction. Am I doing anything? Am I doing anything at all? No. Price is coming back down, trading through the auction. Beautiful. It's got some buyers in here, but I'm not too excited about that because price action is still headed down, still coming down. Now look, price action came down here, right? You see this down here? You're thinking trap sellers. You got to stop thinking that way because you're assuming. You're assuming that it's trap sellers down there. But where are the buyers? We have 435, 122, 76, 25. We have 119, 81, and 47. The buyers are drying up at this low. Do not think trap sellers just because you have 83 sellers down here compared to the 35 buyers. Buyers are not near as aggressive as they once were. Give this time. You see these bars, how down they are and where they're closing at? That's momentum. Anticipate a possible break here. Give this time. Don't just try to jump in on a long because price action is over here in an auction and you're thinking, oh, that's healthy. I'm going to buy. You've got to wait and be patient. It's showing right now that price action has a higher probability of going down than going up. Did I say it's going to go down? No. Higher probability. Start thinking in probabilities instead of sureabilities. We can never be sure of what the next tick is going to be or the next tick of that. We never know what the market's going to do. All we can do is act within the context of probabilities. It's not the stop that saves us, it's the probability of our understanding of what is happening within the auction. And now let's watch. Now we're back above the auction just a little bit. We came back down to test it. What does that mean? That buyers were willing to come up here even though we're showing strength to sellers, buyers are still able to defend this area. The sellers are not strong yet, but it's not time to buy yet because we don't have not the confirmation. We don't have the showing of the buyers coming in with any form of strength down here yet. So we're waiting. We are waiting. We're hunting. Still cycling through, now look at that 210, but look at the 230. And now we're coming back down to the low again. But we can't break the low. We cannot break the low. Is sellers really strong if we're unable to break lows? Absolutely not. But the buyers weren't coming in to buy this either. And we finally broke the lows. And now what? We come to the high volume. Ah, damn it. I entered too soon. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you what happens when you enter too soon. Price action came in here into this area, closed at the low here, went into this high volume area. I've got $2,300 to work with and I got $5,000 in my account to work with. I got $7,000. Okay. Just because we're looking long in here, we're expecting price not to spend time in here. We're expecting rejection to happen. The buyers rejected from this price. If buyers are not strong in the market, what's going to happen? Chances are it's going to go down. 350, 225, 120, up 400. We're still in a rejection area where we can anticipate price wanting to go up. We want to be pretty aggressive on this. Sellers came back in at the low. Why? Because they're trapped sellers? No. Not at all. It's just telling you there's aggressive nature of selling down here comparatively to the buying. But this is the area of importance. Exactly. No follow through. Yes. Slubbed, you got it. You get a gold star for today. No follow through to the downside. Because there, what should have happened there, if you were going to get there, If that was going to go, you're going to see momentum on this bar. We didn't see the momentum. Get defensive on your stops. Don't hope and pray. Know exactly what you're expecting to see in the market. If you're seeing something different, get yourself out into a place you're not going to get hurt. But when you see something that makes a heck of a lot of sense, even though you may get into a bad spot, hold on to it because it makes sense to be there until the market tells you it doesn't make sense anymore. Don't let the market tell you what you're going to do. Tell the market what you're going to do. Now we're going to come up and we're going to test this auction if the market has any strength to it at all. If not, we're going to get right back through and we're going to break this low and we're just going to continue to extend lower. Did I get back in here? No, I didn't, because I'm anticipating that momentum to come in and I don't know exactly what's going to happen now and I don't want to get back into this position. I took my shot. I took my one shot. One. I only had one shot, one bullet. That was it. And I already took it. And I'm not going to take it again this time because I'm in an area of indecision of the market because the market has told me that it's indecisive, not because I told it was indecisive. So now I wait. Now I wait. And what do I see? Strong sellers in here, but look at the buyers. Now we have a seller in here. We get it back above that. There's a good chance we could possibly find some support and possibly rotate back up higher again. Here's our resistance. This is what was support, now resistance. Price action's moving up. Got back above the open of the bar. Why is that important? Because there's enough buyers in the market to push price up higher. Now we're coming back into this area of resistance again. Price action's unable to get up there. There it goes. There it goes. Now I can buy. Why? See the low volume coming into the buyers and price action? I'm anticipating this high to be broken. Now the high is broken. Where do I see support in this market? Right here. I don't have to put my stop at the low. I can get a little bit more aggressive with my stop now. Why? Because we just barely broke the high. The seller's coming in here. I don't like that. It's not good for the long side right now. But we're holding the level of support. So I'm going to stay in here without getting too crazy with it. See how that just came down? The high volume node just came down there. That means that now more volume is trading at lower prices, but it's trading on the side of the buyers. We're up 140. I don't really like this position. I'm going to go ahead and put it in for a break even at 60. A free trade. Let her go or let her stop me out. I took the shot. The buyers didn't get aggressive. I managed the expense that could have possibly came in there by getting aggressive with my stop, putting it in there of an area of support below it, not just at a low, an area of support because it wasn't doing what I anticipated it to do. Now the market's not doing what I anticipated to do on the upside or the downside. Now I'm staying out for a few minutes until it does something. Till it tells me what it wants to do because I can't read it right now. Now it goes up. Beautiful. Let her go up. Let her go up without me. Somebody else's opportunity. I don't have to be in every position. I took my shot. I didn't get hurt. Tony. My name is Tony, Prath. I am a Tony. My name's Jeff. I'm sorry. I had to. Price action. Right? Coming back down into this auction area again. This is an area of importance, right? Rejected here a little bit. What are we going to do here? Who's in charge? Right now, sellers. Look, we just got back above again. Buyers came in. Damn it. See, I got in too late again, but that's okay. That's volatility. It happens, right? Another auction right here that can act as possible support. If we break through that, the buyers were willing to be aggressive in here on very low volume, anticipate possibility of rotating in here, look for the buyers to support this area. Another auction up here of possible resistance. Broke right through it. Beautiful. Made a high. Nice. Stop. Back to break even again. Up 35. 245. 35. Beautiful. I got in too late, or I could have held that through and I would have put my stop in here. But because I got in so high up here, I got aggressive on my stop because I didn't want it to bring back down again in case we just popped this high and didn't go. Tony Returns, our Batman. You guys are hilarious. Why not leave your stop under the wick or where your buyers were? The reason why I didn't that time was because I got in so high that I was going to take a loss on it wherever I put it. I really wanted to be in this area, and I got in up here. And because of that, I just got aggressive in my stop. That's why I slept. You're 100% correct. I should have put my stop down in there. I just didn't want to take an expense on the position because I hesitated just for a moment and got a bad fill. Okay. That wasn't the market giving me a bad fill that time. I got a bad fill today earlier because of that. Right. But no, I don't want that bad fill to turn into an expense because there's no reason to. FOMOing is the single most destructive habit a trader can have. In my opinion, completely clouds judgment on entries, and you'll end up chasing dreams. 100% DS. Yeah, that's it. Yes. Fear of missing out. Exactly. Opportunities. The opportunities are there, guys. It's 9:46 in the morning. I'm up $2,465 on this day. Okay? I'm not fearing missing out on anything. Oh, Captain, my captain, hope you got the reference. Yes, I did. Dead Poet Society, one of my favorite movies. Well done, Founder. I love it. That and I'm your Huckleberry. Hope you get that reference too. If not, let me know if you don't know what the Huckleberry is, and I will definitely get you that information for that movie. One of my favorite movies as well. So now price action is coming back down here. See, I would have been out for an expense had I put my stop where I was supposed to be. Now, it wasn't through the wick, but I wouldn't be putting it in the wick anyhow because we broke the high. I'm anticipating support to come in and hold in this area with another area of support. We get below these areas, we're probably going to take out the wick. Not quite. See, I don't have my batteries in my crystal ball anymore. And I'm waiting for this market now to give me an area of what it wants to do, because we came up, we didn't quite make it into value area high up here. We didn't get into unfair highs. I'm not able to get into a short. We're in this really tight range right now. I only want to be a buyer in here, but we could easily break this low and extend the range to the downside because we have room for that. And if we do, if we look over here at the longer time frame chart, we could see rejection below us, right? But we get through that, we can easily come back down here into the 400s. We could easily come back down here into the 200s. I want to give this time. Oh, you meant the previous trade in wick? Why didn't I put it down there? The reason why I didn't put it down through here on this here on are you talking about this trade on this bar? What time? 9:44, 9:42, which bar? 9:40? Right now, I'm trading a one lot. And trading a one lot, you can absolutely move your stop down here, right? Keep it down here and just hold the position and see where it's going to go, okay? If I'm trading multiple lots, what I would be doing right now is I would be collecting inventory in this area and scalping, and I wouldn't even have a stop. 100% slugged. Yeah. 100%. It is always easier to trade with smaller size and bigger stops. Yeah. So at the 944, yeah, you could definitely put the wick down here and do that. And that's what I'm going to be doing, Slub. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Okay. I came in here into the NQ because what I meant to practice today, let me just show you guys. I just got Bookmap. Okay, so I just got Bookmap, so I can do exactly what it is that I'm talking about. I had a question on Thursday. You guys want to see something interesting? Go to my video that I did yesterday. Let me see if I can find that for you real quick. You know what? You can find it on Discord. It's the video that I did yesterday in the afternoon. Okay, so it will be the video. 2 videos on Discord, on YouTube, the second video before this one. And it's going to be the video on the heat map. Okay? What I did on Thursday is I got somebody in here that asked me a question. It was like, how do you use the heat map? And I had to be completely honest with them. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't. I have it up. I'll show you behind the curtain. I have it up, but I don't use it because I don't know how to. And then Friday, I looked at the heat map. An idea came to me and I traded it Friday and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing. On Friday, of all days, before the 4th of July and the US. Oh yeah, no, you're fine, Slub. Absolutely. I can't practice the heat map on the micros because it won't let me. But what the heat map was showing me was my auctions, and then when small buyers started to get aggressive. And then I found another auction into the above range, and I started collecting inventory in those areas and shorting and buying in those areas in that tight range on Friday. That's why I got Bookmap. Because Slubbed, you're 100% correct. I'm looking at a $300,000 combine evaluation prop account. Okay, why 300,000? It gives me a $5,000 static drawdown. I can have 50 lots of micros on. I only need 4 or 5 to make $2,000 to $3,000 a day. That's it. Bro, what you said about Bloomberg and Aladdin by Blackstone and the high frequency trading happening and AI making trading bots. You know, it could be bots. It could be all sorts of stuff that are going on over here. I have no idea, nor do I care. I understand what a market is, and I understand what an auction is, and I understand what it means when buyers and sellers get aggressive around the same price. That's all I need to know. Who it is, what they're doing, I could care less. Blusky? I'm not quite sure what Blusky is. Slubbed. And no, don't be sorry, right? I'm just letting you know. And it's that heat map is what's going to allow me to trade the smaller size, and I can't do that over here. So all I can do right now is pretty much just trade the minis at the moment and not the micros. But I should be gathering inventory, being in 4 contracts of micros right now with no stop at the moment, because even a stop down here on 4 micros, I'm only risking $200, $250. Right? And then as price action's moving up here, I should be out of 1 or 2. As it's coming back down here, enter the 1 or 2, right back around the auction again, getting in around the same price. Oh, blue sky. Yes. You got it. Absolutely. You know your stuff. 100%. I'm talking to them. I'm trying to set something up with them. Not in affiliate and all of that stuff. It has nothing to do with that. I'm working on something else, but yes. Is that the prop firm? Yes, it is. That gives you the static drawdown, gives you $5,000, which is plenty of room. And we can trade in 3-4 lots, and we can start turning these into day trades. Where's your day trade target? If you're in this area, where's your day trade target at? Your day trade target is up here. There's 2 of them. You have your highest one, which is around here at the 867 mark. 860s, 880s, 886. And then you have this one in here around the 850s. And you're getting in around the, I don't even know where price is right now. Where is price at? 650s. Bro, sorry to ask him, but the setup on your screen, all the screens, how to do it because before the analysis, we have to set it up. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we set it up by creating your areas and your lines, just like I already did. You're going to learn that through repetition. Like I just showed Founder in here to draw my lines, right? I just showed that. And so you're going to have to come in here and watch me do it over and over again so you can learn how to do it yourself. All right? But it's all going to change here starting on Monday because I'm going to be using what? What am I going to be using? Bookmap. So I can have my heat map. Proud. You got good hair at this age. What do you eat, Tony? Um, I eat whatever. I had Taco Bell last night, which is absolutely terrible for you. I wouldn't suggest it, but you know, every once in a while you have to do it. Um, I usually eat bowls. I'll eat like lot of brown rice. Like Cajun chicken, avocado, lemon juice on it, or lime juice on it with a lot of vegetables. And so that's usually what I eat. And I usually only eat um one large meal a day, and then I just kind of graze and just kind of snack throughout the rest of it. Like what app you have open? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Like you do on TradingView, but the software you're using to show the graph and stuff is different. Yeah, so I'm using Deep Charts right now. This is Deep Charts. I do like it. It's very simple. It is very simple to put together. I put these charts together in like 15 minutes. Um, Bookmap is going to be a bit more difficult, and I'm going over to that. It's also going to be more expensive for you guys, so I'm still going to be doing a lot of demonstrations over here when I don't need the heat map because I'm not expecting everybody to be able to do this. I was trading a cash account. Not everybody's going to be able to trade a cash account. So if I'm going to do this in a way that's going to help you guys, I have to demonstrate it in the environment that you're in, not the environment that I'm in. And so that's all going to be part of this process too. That's why I'm looking at Blue Sky. That's why I'm looking at other ones, but I'm not going to Tradeify. I'm not going to other ones along those lines. I tried that already and I learned my lesson. I learned what it means to have a high watermark trailing drawdown. I learned what it means to have a static drawdown. I learned what it means in this context because trading is a business for me. I'm not just going to jump into something. I'm going to try something, but I'm not just going to do it because everybody else is doing it. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to see what's working, where it's broken, what's not working, so I can see if I can fix it. And I really feel like I have fixed it, and Slub knows exactly what I'm talking about with Blue Sky. But not everybody's going to be able to get themselves into a $265 evaluation either. What am I working on with them? I'm trying to figure out how I can do giveaways, even if I have to buy them. And if I can do 5 giveaways, I help 5 of you get an evaluation each month. That's what I'm working on. Because that's what matters to me. That's where I want to go with this. Oh my God, I haven't even been looking at this. Dinesh, Adrian, Aol, Aola, I'm going to mess up your names. I'm so sorry. Ram, Santosh, thank you so much for the subscriptions. I truly appreciate you. Because this is what's going to happen, guys. Yeah, hopefully I do grow. And this is the reason why I want to grow. Real question, Deep Charts on Blue Sky, is it complete or what you are using right now is a paid version? So no, so this is a paid version. I paid for Deep Charts. I paid for the full platform of ownership of Deep Charts for their charts and for their Deep Dome as well. That's what the heat map is. Maybe the secret of your hair is not holding the trade for so long and yelling at the candles like me. You know what? The way I'm trading right now is how I trade. I just like whatever. I was such a ball of anger most of my life. I don't know how I've been able to keep my youthful disposition, if you will, with all the stress that I've put on my life. You know, we all have different genes. And I think that's really what it is. You know, we just have different genes and we react to different things. But in 2023, I had blood clots. They pulled out, they vacuumed out 3 ounces of blood clots and left two pretty big packs in there because they couldn't get them all out. And that's when, I was in my full depression and everything else. So maybe it had something to do with that. I don't know. But so that's where the deep charts is coming from, right? And so this is all through that. And now I got to build this out over on Bookmap. And I think that's going to take a little bit longer because I don't think Bookmap is going to be as easy. Do you guys want to watch me build that out live, or would you prefer that I did that on the side and then just brought it once it was done? But I'm going to have to show how this is done in deep charts as well, because it's going to be a cheaper option for individuals. Not everybody's going to be able to spend $2,000 on a lifetime license of Bookmap, let alone $1,000, for a year and every year after that. Right? I got to be cognizant of this stuff for you guys. And my hope is that this channel does grow. Why? Because if it grows enough, I'm going to be able to start making some funds from this through advertisements. And those advertisements are from corporations. And now we're having US corporations pay for the personal development of individuals to achieve their intention. That's my goal here. And allow those funds to be able to be invested into the giveaways and different things along those lines to be able to help you guys out more. Bookmap is hard, man, but is my next goal for learning. Yeah. So it's going to take me a little time to put that together. I realize that. I have all day tomorrow. I should be able to get it done by then. But yeah, that's where we're going with this. This is my little. This is, like I said, this is my legacy, and hopefully one or two of you or more, at least one or two, are able to get to where they want to be through this. Tell us about your life. You were married. So my life has been up and down. So my life has been up and down. It's been crazy. I graduated high school in 94, went into the Marine Corps in 95, got out in 99, became a fee-based financial advisor with American Express. In 2001, September 11th happened. I went to the 101st Airborne Division in November of 2001, went to Afghanistan. Got back from Afghanistan, went into the National Guard to have them pay for my law degree. I started talking to the colonels and stuff, had a spot in OCS, Officers Candidate School. Went ahead and got out of the National Guard and decided it wasn't going to go in that direction. I left California. I went to North Carolina, to Charlotte, had no job, no anything else, was married at the time. Grabbed my wife and we headed over to Charlotte, North Carolina, and we got a position with commercial investment banking as a temp employee. Got hired on full time. Went to the trading floor for commercial mortgage-backed securities. Left in 2008, right before the whole debacle of that whole thing crashed, right? And then. I'm married to the NASDAQ now, exactly. And then I went to a prop firm, brick and mortar prop firm, before the Dodd-Frank Act ended all of that in 2014. So I went to the prop firms trading stocks and just using a time and sales for event-driven stocks. And I did that for 2 years. And then I went and became a retail trader. Kind of struggled with the retail trading until about 2013 when I met this guy named Cam Didward. I don't think he's in the business anymore. I actually looked him up a couple months ago. I haven't talked to him since 2016. He's from the UK. He taught me auction market theory, and I took it and made it my own. And from that point until 2019 with my divorce, I traded it. And now I'm back to it. And what's happened between 2020 and now, I got in a complete state of depression. Didn't even know what to do with myself. I just didn't want to be here anymore. Almost achieved that goal if you will, in 2023 with the blood clots. And then in November, and right after that, that was in August of 2023. And I said, okay, no, I'm going to do this. I met a woman in November of 2023. We are engaged. We bought a house together. That's where I'm streaming from now. And she has 2 kids, and we're raising those kids. She lost her husband in 2021, so she's dealing with the grief and everything else, dealing with that. So it's a healing portion on her side, and I'm just focused. I really wanted to help people in personal development, so I created Live the Return. So those are the videos on Live the Return that I started in January of this year. And then I really wanted to learn how to demonstrate that. And I didn't know exactly how I was going to do that. So I started watching streamers in March, April timeframe, trying to figure out, how can I demonstrate these ideas that I'm sharing in Live the Return? And that came to trading. And I started looking at charts, I started watching people, and I was like, man, no, that's not what's happening here. And so I was like, okay, this is it, and this is why I'm going to demonstrate it. Um, Founder, no, don't feel sorry for me at all. Everything that's happened in my life has happened perfectly, and I'm so grateful to be where I'm at. If anything changed from my past, there's a good chance I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. And where I'm at right now is exactly where I'm supposed to be. I love this. I wouldn't change it for the world. I love you guys. I love this interaction. I love being able to help you guys. My experience in life doesn't help me anymore. I've already been through that experience. I know better of different things and stuff like that. The only thing I can do is impart my wisdom on to somebody else. And you guys are eating this up. And I can't tell you how fulfilling that is for an individual my age, because most people my age, they start talking to younger people, and the younger people aren't interested because you're not coming to them with something that they're interested in as well. And so it's just a complete circle. Thanks for sharing, Tony. A man who has lived 1,000 lives. 100%. Yeah. I mean, like I said, for 2010, 2007, 2016, I lived in 17 states. Got into consulting while I was trading as well. And it, it's been an amazing ride. I had 3 houses. I had a Jeep SRT, a 2018 Jeep SRT. I had a couple of convertibles, a Mustang and a GT, and a Premium, and a Chevy Camaro. I had all the toys. I had all the toys. I had a $25,000 theater that I designed in the basement of the house that I had built in 2019, right before the divorce. I've lived on both sides of the road tracks. I grew up with absolutely nothing. My dad was a drug addict and alcoholic and just mean, and so I had all sorts of childhood trauma to deal with that stuff. I, Guys, life is a journey. There's nothing you can do in your 20s that you can't recover from in your 30s. There's nothing you can't do in your 30s that you can't recover in your 40s, and it just becomes true, and it still stays true. Lincoln, I am so blessed. Dude, seriously, so blessed. And you know what? One of the things that really makes me so blessed, out of all the shit that has happened in my life, all the negativity, all of the bad things, today I can go look at myself in the mirror right in my eyes and I can say, you know what, Tony? I love you and mean it. And nobody can take that away from me. Nobody. Sometimes I get afraid of seeing the divorce rates increase. It scares me. I love that women and she loved me. I have to do something for her. Yeah, exactly, founder. Exactly. That's so true. But what it boils down to though is, right, when we get married, who's who's the one that's getting married? Our pain? Our our predictive machine? And is it her predicting machine if it's female, or vice versa? Or whatever situation you might be in? Or is it your intention? And most people get married through their predictive machine. And now the pain body and everything that's associated with that marries another individual that's going through the same pain body, because um we're trying to heal by utilizing somebody else to heal us, to fit a hole inside of us. And the only person that can fit in that hole inside of us is ourselves. And until we come to terms with that, that hole is always going to be there. Because we all have a hole. Because we've all gone through some form of trauma, some sort of issue. We're all conformed to the patterns of this world. And those patterns of this world are not aligned to conscious participation, acting itself out in a way that's meaningful to us. Prath, exactly. Yes, 100%. Put a Z at the end, the emphasis. Something can't be fixed, but the right path of anything is what we have to look for. And what is that right path, Lincoln? That's a question, right? What is that right path? And how do we know? I don't get into life purpose, because it's like, then you have to know what it is that you're going to be doing for like the rest of your life. And I don't even know I don't even know what that is at my age. I have no idea. I don't want to grow up. I'm going to be a Toys R Us kid forever. I mean, geez, right? Heaven doesn't want me, and hell's afraid no, I'm going to take over. So I'm living forever. No, but seriously, aside from the jokes, right? What is that? What is that reason? What is that intention? And are you walking into it? There's a girl I love, and her parents wants me to buy an apartment and a car, then I can marry her. So pressure on me, a bit depression because of a lot of loss. And what's the advice of on marriage life? The only advice I can give you on marriage life: honesty, respect, and communication. Be honest, be respectful, and communicate. And if you can do those three things, love will grow. If you make it about the love, if you make it about, what you're going to get out of it, if you make it about, what you're going to give, then maybe you're not going to get enough. Maybe you're never going to be able to get what she wants either. And maybe there's going to be resentments on that on both sides. But if you can communicate, you can talk. And if you can talk in a respectful manner, and you can be honest with one another, and treat each other with respect. But it all starts with one key: love yourself. Because until you do, you don't know how to love another. Because the seed of love doesn't sprout from outside of us. It grows outwards from within us. I can't tell you how many years I spent in my life telling myself, hearing myself in my head, Tony, I hate you. I've never spoken those words out loud to anyone before until right now. And that was the truth of most of my life. And that was followed by all of the people in my past that I felt had hurt me in some way. And I would just go down the list of hate, 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 hate. And how can you love your neighbor, let alone a spouse, with all that hate inside of you? And I tried years, and I spent over $120,000 trying to heal that, trying to fix it, trying to make it better. Spirituality, religion, everything under the book, trying to heal that. And it just kept coming. And sometimes, today, it's still there. I still say it sometimes. But I recognize it. And I see it for what it is. I see it for the pattern, for the predictive behavior. not something I do under my own volition. And that's the difference. And only 8 years married, we're handle it 100%. Not enough experience, I think, but we're doing our best, YOLO, like you said respectfully. Yeah, that's all we can do. We can only do our best. That's it. There are no promises in relationships we can't predict. Go with the flow, change that girl, or ask her whether she could wait for you. Yeah. I mean, then that's just the whole key, right? Is we can't change anything else in our environment, but we can change ourselves. But we can't change ourselves. We can choose to actively participate in our own life. And that's what changes everything. Bro, I'm crying listening to you. Your words hitting so much relatable, so much value. A lot of love, bro. You want my heart. You feel like a safe place. Founder, thank you. Thank you. Those are the most kind words I could have received today. Thank you. And love to you too. Life. When we're not loving, we're judging. And when we're judging, everything is based on condition. I'm going to love you unless. I'm going to love you until. But I'm secretly going to hate you inside and I'm never going to say a word about it. I married a woman that loved me deeply, loved me so much that I fell in love with her loving me. And I told her that at the time when I met her, I didn't know if I was capable of loving. I didn't know if I would ever go. I'm so broken. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to love anything, but I feel like we could create a good life together. And if you want to create a life with me, I'll definitely create a life with you, but I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to love you. And she accepted that because she thought that she could fix me. Well, she wasn't able to fix me. I was never able to love her. And that's what broke our marriage. And rightfully so. But we did. We created an amazing life, an absolutely amazing life together. But I was not able to give her the one thing that she wanted or needed. And luckily she found that. She found that in another person right after we broke up. We weren't even divorced yet. And she's doing good and she's happy. And I love that for her. She deserves that because she's a very, very, very good person. It is human condition to love conditionally slubbed, 100%. But we don't have to live by the conditioning. That's my message. And when we stop living by the conditioning, then the conditionality of our love starts to reshape itself. Perhaps that's partially true, but at the same time though, there's cultural differences in this. And we don't always know those cultural differences. There's still cultures out there where there's endowments and endowments for a reason. You look in the 1600s, for example, the 1500s over in the UK. They didn't allow marriage unless you were able to get your own land to be able to grow your own crops. A family looking for an individual to have a material foundation for their daughter is a loving expression to that daughter as well. Do you have any advice for me? I am 16 and trying to get rich, but on um in your net, there's so many things. That's an excellent question. And I'm going to answer it this way. I'm not going to tell you what to do at 16. I'm going to tell myself what I would tell myself at 16, knowing what I know now. Tony, stop chasing the money. The results will be there. Find something that you enjoy. Find something that you like and walk into that meaning, and everything else will work itself out. But you have to accept it on yourself, try to grow out of it, just accept it in others and in yourself as well. It's where it starts, yeah. But you have to acknowledge it first before you can accept it. Acknowledge it, accept it, right? Accept its truth without blame. And that's where the unconditionality of it starts right there, because you have to acceptance in that way is without blame. And it's so hard not to blame ourselves. Bro, rob a politician, get rich quick. I've lived my life where I made like $4,000 in a year, and I lived my life where I made $385,000 in a year. I lived in a decade where I didn't make less than $250,000 in a year. I told you guys, I've lived both sides of the railroad tracks many different times of my life. I can tell you this. The money came when I stopped chasing it. When the reason for doing something stopped being the money came. But every time I went to go do something to try to make money, it always eluded me. I am using deep charts. Yes. 100%. For right now. But I just got Bookmap. And now I got to put it together. So what time do I trade? So no, I start trading at 9:40 a.m. And I'm done by 10:40 a.m. And then I come back on at 2 p.m. to practice. So every day at 2 p.m. I'm here to practice. And so anybody that wants to practice with me, and sometimes I stream until 7 p.m. Sometimes I'm done at 3 or 4 p.m. It just really depends on who's in here and who needs some help and how much help I need for myself. Because it's all about that practice. To Haysom, thank you so much for the subscription. Truly, truly, truly appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Seriously. So yeah, those are my trading hours, and I do trade the London session as well. At times, most of the time, usually around 4 or 5 a.m. 5 to 7 a.m. is usually probably the best time, I think, for trading in the London session. The Asian session, it's less liquid, and so you'll get split fills sometimes, and I don't like split fills, so I don't mess with the Asian markets much. But 5 to 7 a.m. New York time is usually a pretty good trading time for me as well. Do I come live daily? Yeah, 9:40 to 10:40 a.m. I trade live. And then 2 p.m. I come back on live again, and that's when I'm practicing. But 9:40 to 10:40 is live trading, 100%. And then the practice is still live trading because I don't do anything for static charts. Everything's dynamic. I replay everything. Do you use Confluence market structure along with volume? So market structure 100% through volume profiling. Confluence I get through my order flow. So I have my areas, right? And the order flow comes with Confluence. As you can tell, I do have cumulative delta on my 30-minute chart. I utilize that at times, but it's more of, I used to use cumulative delta a lot. In fact, I didn't use volume profiling. I used cumulative delta only to grab my areas. So that's kind of where I started in the context of all of this. And then I went into volume profiling. So I use the volume profiling to get my areas of interest of where I want to do business. And then I just trade around that with order flow. Oh, the Pakistani food. It's so amazing. So amazing. Um, I was in the mountains and we went to a small little village outside the coast of Afghanistan and the mountains of Pakistan, and they they were so sweet. We had our interpreter with us, but none of us could speak the language, and they couldn't speak with us. But the interpreter did their best, talking and stuff, and they brought us in and made us a meal, and yeah, phenomenal, phenomenal people, resilient people, very, very, very kind people. And founder, you know, that love, hold on to that, cherish that, allow that love, plant that love into a soil that's going to nurture that love. I understand the prop firm idea you have, but for the starting out, what is the bankroll management you'd recommend? If you're doing cash, if you have a cash account, you should be able to do okay with a $15,000 cash account. I can't tell you how many times in a few weeks, like 4 to 6 weeks, 8 weeks, I could take a $15,000 account and turn it into $65,000 because you just trade size. I used to trade the Russell and I just traded at 15 thousand. I would trade 3 to 6 lots, and then in the Russell or the ES, and then the ES I got to 25 lots, um, in those accounts. And so you just as you start, make sure you have an expectancy, utilize that expectancy, to determine your size, your max size. Adjust your size based upon volatility, and the volatility expand your targets because you're expecting the market to move farther. You can widen your stops because you expanded your targets. Make sure your first couple of targets are pretty close and move your stop to a break even because you only need one or two of those runners once a week or every other week in order to be able to make your month. So why 940 to 1040 in particular reason? So I try not to trade the open any more than is absolutely necessary. And I have a tendency to see something and just take it because I trade what I see. And then I don't need to trade more than an hour a day. My expectancy is about $2,000 a day, and I can make $2,000 a day on most days in an hour. JJ, of course, of course. Um, so yeah, about 15,000. You're going to be really comfortable around 20,000. Extend your targets out on volatile days. And then, of course, when the volatility decreases, increase size, decrease your targets because you're expecting tighter rotations. Tighter rotations means your targets are closer. You're going to be able to use a tighter stop. And so when you look at your size and you look at your stops, normalize your expenses based upon the size that you're trading and the need for your stop. Don't use the same stop size all the time because every market condition is different. Read the auction. Let the auction guide you. Don't tell the auction what you're going to do. Let the auction guide what you're going to do. IB breakout? Yes, 100%. In fact, if you look at my chart, if you look at my short-term chart, I have the IB on here. Guys, okay, sit back for a second, okay? I'm going to teach you something that I don't think most people teach, if anybody. Okay? Here we go. Listen up. This is important. Trending market conditions, the market trends, okay? Higher highs, higher lows. Every once in a while, a lower low and a pullback. You just need to find reasons and places to go long. Trading is so easy in these type of conditions, okay? But don't learn to make your money here because they trend a lot less than they trade in ranges. Look at this. Look at how long this market stayed in a range comparatively to the amount of time that it trends. The market ranges so much more than it trends. Learn to trade your ranges so you don't give back the money that you make in a trend. Now, how do we trade ranges? The markets can do three things. It can go up, it can go down, and it can trade in balance. And what determines what it's going to do is a market breakout. Okay? And what is a breakout? A breakout is one of three things. A breakout can move back into prior value, a prior range. A breakout can create a new range, or a breakout can create a trend. So don't look at breakouts as something to trade. Look at breakouts as a shift in market condition. Now, what is it going to do next? We never know what it's going to do next in the shift, but learn to identify the shift. When price action is trading in a range, find the bar that closes outside of that range. Make that bar immediately your new area of value. Trending, trending, trending. Look, you can still see it's trending, but look where it goes to. It goes to VPOC. Goes a little bit through VPOC right there, right? But look, there's value area high. Goes right to value area high on that low. What does price action do? Continue higher. That's your pullback to an area of value that's meaningful, and look at that low volume ledge that's right there that it goes back to right over on the other side of the high volume, right? Which is this pullback. Then what does it do? Keeps going. But what does it do? It keeps going. But what does it do? It comes back to a range. And where is that range? Now it's confirmed. And then what happens? It keeps going. You can have a breakout here, but watch. It keeps going. And it keeps going. And now you're in your unfair lows. And now you have low volume areas. Price action kind of moves up again a little bit, and then it breaks back down again. Right there on a breakout, your market shift. Then what does it do? It moves into the lows. It moves into the highs before the breakout. It moves back into the highs before the breakout. Rejects, moves back into value, moves to the other side of value, rejects in the low volume, moves back to the other side of value, tests the high, comes back, trades back into the other side of value, breaks below, creates a new value area. Why is this day that we're working on right now sideways, a ranged day? Because it just broke out and moved back into a range. Founder, that's amazing. I love that. When you can identify the market shift, you identify the key. The key to being able to recognize trends, value, or prior value. And now you're able to read the market. Anybody can read what's happening after it's happened. It's the market shift that guides you in reading the auction of what's going to happen next. 88% of the time we're in a range, yes. And if you can learn to trade within a range, you're going to be able to trade what do most people call ranges? Chop. And what do they say in chop? They get chopped up in chop. I really hope that you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Random, thank you so much for the subscription. Truly appreciate you. Thank you. You guys' support is absolutely amazing. These conversations, these questions that you're asking me, this deepness, I couldn't be asking you anything more right now. Recognize and identify the market shift and learn to read the auction and trade what happens after the market shift. So why do I have IB? Because as long as the market's trading within IB, it's trading in a range. I want to buy low and sell high in a range. It breaks out of the range, it can move back into value, it can trend or start new value. Trade it accordingly. But how do you trade it accordingly? Give it time and a market shift. Stop trying to trade breakouts and allow yourself to utilize that information to say, okay, what is the market going to do here? The market breaks out, comes back in to IB, closes below IB. Market breaks out, comes back into IB, closes below IB, pulls back. There's your short. Anticipation of value. If price stops you out up here, that's okay. Wait for what it's going to do next. Price action turns around, comes back up here, breaks this high right here. What's it going to do? Pull back into this high and give your entry to move back up into higher prices. Stop trying to guess what the market's doing. Pinpoint the areas where it's doing something. Wait for it to do whatever you intend that it can possibly do in your scenarios. And when you see a scenario set up, trade it. You're not going to be wondering what the market's doing. You're not going to be asking what the market's doing. You're going to turn around and trade what the market is doing. And if it does something else, you've already anticipated it. You already expected it. You know exactly where you're wrong at. You know exactly where to put your stop. And then you wait for the next setup. Because you understand the markets. You don't see the markets as something you have to be right at anymore. You flow with the markets. No, I don't only trade IB. Absolutely not, JJ. In fact, a lot of times I don't even trade IB. It's just there in case I need to. Because I'm trading around my 30-minute. My 30-minute aligned to my dailies. And that's what I'm trading around. And then IB, right? Let's say, for example, price action. Yeah, perhaps I trade live every day in the US session from 9:40 to 10:40 every morning, 100% live. Okay. Right now in that, I am sim at the moment. Okay. And the reason why I'm sim at the moment, I'm not in a live actual either cash or the other one, right? I am in a sim. Let me be very honest with you guys right now. I'm trading live in a sim. The reason is I was trading cash. I was doing extremely well. Then I came over and I started streaming and trying to answer questions in a stream, trying to trade live in a stream, trying to get the technical issues and bugs out of the stream. For the first week and a half, I had an extremely difficult time. You guys have to remember, I didn't go live for the first time until not this last Monday, but the Monday before. So my first day of going live was the 22nd. I've only been doing this now. This is my end of my second week. Okay. How do I make a differentiation between IB to VWAP and IB to expansion? I don't use VWAP. I don't care about volume weighted average price. So I can't answer your question, Slab, because I don't look at VWAP. I can tell you how I differentiate between. Here's an example of how I'd use IB. We're in an area here where I'm looking long, and price action goes through IB. And price action might have another value area below me. That could cause a short-term trend to develop on the 2-minute chart to move back onto the other side of value. And then price action goes back into that other side of value. So IB would have to break first in a breakout with a pullback and then movement down. And Pratt, that's exactly what I'm doing, is I'm giving myself that time to do it, right? But I'm still trading. It's still live. But what's the difference between a sim account and an evaluation? You're still on sim, right? It's exactly the same thing. So I don't see anything different there. But I really want to be authentic with everybody and what it is that I am doing, and every aspect of what it is that I am doing. Because the moment that I'm not authentic, I drop a seed of doubt. And the second I drop a seed of doubt, I'm no longer useful to you guys. I have to be completely transparent in everything I'm doing. If not, how can you trust the information that I'm giving you, and how can you trust that you can learn the information and utilize it? I do trade what I see, JJ. That's exactly what I see. I mean, inside range and expansion range, right? That's exactly what I'm just talking to you, right about in right now, right? It's trading in the range, but then it expands, right? But it's got to expand out of an area of interest for me, because a breakout's just a breakout. And where is it going to go? We have no idea, unless I have an index of what the market's doing within the context of the auction. But I'm going to be live here really soon. I'm getting better and better and better trading live, and these sessions help because they give me a place to teach, and I can really start focusing on my trading. But now I'm switching over to Bookmap and adding in the heat map. And that's going to take me a little bit of time that I need to adjust to as well. And I have to have at least 30 trades live before I can go live, because I need to have my expectancy. I need to have the confidence in what it is that I am doing in order to be able to go live in the first place. I need to have an expectancy. I need to have the things that I need in order to be able to trade properly with statistical relevance. And 30 trades is a minimum of statistical relevance. And so I'm going to be sim for a little bit longer because I'm adding Bookmap, but I think it's going to be extremely important because now I'm not just going to be a one and done trader. Now I'm going to be scaling into areas, and there's going to be things I'm going to be able to do in that Bookmap that you guys are going to be like, what is he doing? Because it's pretty phenomenal stuff. I surprised myself on Friday, to be honest with you. I'm like, okay, enough that I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and switch everything that I'm doing right now and move over to Bookmap, because this is going to be amazing. So inside range and expansion range, exactly. But the range and expansion, though, I don't use IB for that. I use the volume profiling for that. Always use the volume profiling, because the volume profiling is based off the volume, where IB is just based off of a range, a random range that the market's doing. Take that range, apply it to price and volume, and now you bring it into the real time, not just an arbitrary range that the market made for whatever reason. That help you answer your question, Slubbed? And you can use VWAP, you can use other things along those lines. Just because I don't use something doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Everything was built for a reason. Everything works in a particular market condition. Everything. I don't care what anybody says. but we don't know what market condition it was actually built for. And then we try to apply it to all market conditions, and now it doesn't work. I feel like you trade what you, yeah, I already answered that. I am interested to see what price does here, because I have no idea. That's one of the beautiful things about being 50. It's easy to forget things. And so when I'm practicing on these days, I don't remember what price does. And if I do remember, I will absolutely say something, but I don't. And it looks like we're going to get a range extension here. This is exactly what you're talking about. So this is a perfect example. See what happens? This is called alignment. Serendipitous. Here's the area right here. And that's coming off of a higher time frame chart, and I can't get it off because I don't know where that area is being drawn from. But it's coming from a higher time frame, and I can't delete it. It might be this, but I don't think so. No, damn it. Okay, I need to see price right here, and I can't freaking see it, and I don't know where this is coming from. How was my last week in trading? Last week in trading, I had my first down day since April, but only one. Most days I'm up between 2,000, 2,500. Some days I'm up a lot more than that. My best days since April has been two of them, one 16,000 and one 15,000, trading one lots. I've had quite a few $8,000 days. But I did have my first down day on Wednesday. I would have blown up my account because I was trying to do asset management. And see, now we have a false breakout, right? Coming right back into this area again. But look at the auctions down here. Don't try to buy this auction here. Wait for a pullback. Peace. Thank you so much for the kind words. You know, I mean, I didn't invent this stuff, right? I'm just a guy here trying to help people become profitable in the market. That's it. Can this take off? 100% it can take off. But I don't care. I don't want to participate. But see, that's the market shift there, right? We come in, we break IB, right? Individuals are thinking, oh, wow, okay, we're going to break this area and we're going to go down. Not necessarily. And when these things happen right here, right, it's okay. Let them go. Because what are we doing? We're moving back into value. Okay. I actually broke my chart here. I got to get my value area back up again. Let's pause this because that was a dumb mistake on my side. Let me find my first. I don't even know why this is here. And I have way too many lines on my chart now too. It's cluttered and it's a mess and I don't like it. And there's things I can't delete because it's on other time frames. So I need my profile. I need to bring it over here. There's my profile. What I need to do is extend this for one. No, you need to come back over here. I'm hoping that I don't have all of these issues when it comes to Bookmap, when it comes to drawing my profiles, because this one is not the easiest one in the world to do. But it works, and I can't complain. Okay, there we go. That's the area. Now I need to watch this bar. I need to watch this bar because we have this value area high up here at, what is that price? Where's that at? 861. We're at 861. Where are we currently at? Oh, we have plenty of room. Perfect. I just need to see how much room that we have on the upside. More or less to what I trade good stuff. Yeah. Tony's printing money. Yeah, I got a pretty money printing machine. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna print $1,000 bills. Screw the hundreds. Inflation. We need thousands. So we can get a pullback into this area. We can get a pullback into here. We can get a pullback into here. I'm waiting to see how this bar closes. Okay, we got plenty of room to the upside. All right, we just came back into this area again. We tried to create a range extension and we failed. Okay. How do you have the motivation to keep on doing it for 5 hours? You know what? I love this, Jerry. I love this. This is and everybody that's in here right now and all the support and Alpha Man, thank you so much. Or Ion Mirza, thank you so much for the sub. I truly appreciate you. Jerry, I don't know. I'm something wrong with me. I'm broken, but it's okay. I like my brokenness. mm. Coming back up in here to this other range. This would have been a nice momentum bar to get into. This is like a $2,000 bar. This would have been nice. But somebody else's opportunity, and we let it be. Now we can get into the momentum here, the expectation, because it's with this bar closed, right? But I'd much prefer to get into a little bit of a pullback and then let the momentum suck us back through into the high. So I am waiting for a pullback here. I don't want to just get in. I want to wait, because if you get in and there is a pullback, how much risk do you have to hold by doing that? And where would I anticipate the pullback to come into? Into this area, into this area, into this area. So we got this whole nice little range here of a pullback. And that's where I'm looking at possibly getting long from. Discord link. Yeah, Henry, here. There you go. It'll pop up in just a minute. I think it's on it's on a little bit of a delay in the chat. That way, if somebody's saying something that I don't like or whatever, I can get them out of here. But there you go. Thank you so much for asking. I truly appreciate you. Trading is dopamine. It's like a sport. Helping people for me is dopamine. The response, the alignment, the fulfillment brings joy. And the joy is what keeps me sitting here. If you guys weren't here, I've been off 2-3 hours ago. But it's you guys here participating, asking questions, hunger for knowledge. Who am I to take that away from you? I came on here and I was tired. I didn't even want to stream today. But I told individuals I'd be here between 10 and 2 today, and I told them I would be, and I was, and then you guys just came out of the woodworks, and I mean everybody is like here right now, and you guys are all amazing. Truly appreciate you. Getting in a little bit early. This is where this is difficult in a micro account or a mini account, because I'm only in one contract. I'm one and done, right? But I can scale into this whole area with micros. This is why I want to use micros. And I have to be very aggressive in my stop here, because we can easily cycle back down again. I'm only in here now in case this market takes off. The market doesn't take off, okay? At least not right now. So I'm anticipating partial rotation back to lower prices. This is why people will be like, well, why did you get out there? Why didn't you give it more room? Because the market didn't do what I intended it to do. I was looking for momentum out of that area to come through. And if it doesn't, it can rotate. And with only being a one contract right now, I can't scale into positions because I can't handle the risk with just the one contract, because I don't have inventory. What's my annual revenue from trading? And you only do trading founder here. I just corrected my name. My expectancy is $2,000 a day. I can't tell you what I'm going to be making right now because, to be frank with you, I don't know. I haven't done it yet. We're going to find out, though. Give me a year. We're going to find out. If I make less than $500,000 once I go live, and I'm ready to go live in a year, then I haven't hit my expectancy. Hey Alex, welcome back. Please explain how you do you mark level and find bias of the day when my open. I don't really have a bias on the day. I don't really want a bias on the day. I don't want to tell the market what it is that I am doing, that what it's going to do. I want the market to tell me what I need to do based upon what it's doing. And see, this so helps me in this practice because I'm answering questions right now and still trading. I'm still seeing things and I'm not missing things. I just took an expense trade, you know, but that happens. So price action still coming back down. Where are my buyers at? I don't have any buyers here right now. Wait. 60, 105. Oh my God, I should already be long. See if it comes back down a little bit more. There we go. Now, I should be able to get some of my money back from the last move. Want to wait to see if it takes out the high here. Okay, I don't like that shift. So if it comes back up here, I'm going to get aggressive on my stop. I'm going to probably take, that's my second expense trade here, trying to trade around this area on a pullback. But let's wait and see what happens. I'm going to give this a little bit more room. I've got plenty of funds. I'm anticipating a possible pullback down here. I don't need to get that aggressive. Let me trade this a little bit. We're in the middle of IB right now. We already broke through the bottom of IB, but we're coming off a value area low. I'm still anticipating price action to move to the other side of value. We're just below VPOC right now, which is going to act as a level of resistance to the market. Sorry, I'm not ignoring chat right now. I'm letting you guys hear my thoughts of what it is that I'm doing in this trade right now. Because at the moment I don't like this trade, and I'm not trying to talk myself into the trade. I'm looking at the whole big picture holistically of why I'm in this trade. And is the market still doing what I anticipate it to do? And 100% it is. But I'm still looking for a possible deeper rotation here because I'm not seeing buyer response around these lows. And without buyer response around these lows, we're going to cycle back down again. And I'm trying to give myself enough room, but if I can see anything at all in price that's telling me something else different from what I'm seeing, then I'll get more aggressive on my stop. I'm just not seeing anything in this market right now telling me that it's doing anything that what I anticipate it to do, except price action is not breaking the highs, which tells me that buyers are not aggressive in this area. So if buyers aren't aggressive in this area, my long-term view isn't going to be there. But I'm not seeing sellers getting aggressive in this market right now either. So I just have to wait. And this is that sideways chop, right? That we just have to be cognizant of and allow ourselves to just trade through it. And you gotta paint the story within yourself that's going to allow you to do that, because if you don't, what's going to happen is price action is going to go against you. You're going to fear, and then you're going to run, or you're going to do something else. Tell the story of why you're in the position, of what's going on, what you anticipate to see, expectation that that's what's going to happen. Make sure you do that within your risk constraints. And as long as you're trading within your risk constraints, it's all gravy, my friends. Is there a free trial for deep charts? Honestly, I don't know if there is or not. I'm crazy and I just bought it. Um, and I don't do just the month or whatever. I do like the whole year and stuff. Yeah, I know this is going to break lows here. Um, Let me see. Okay, so there's some buyers there, but we didn't break the high. You see that? And now we're cycling back down below this value area low. This is where I was saying that we're going to break lows because we're not breaking the highs. We don't see the buyers getting aggressive. We're testing the lows too often. We're going to break these lows. Bingo. And now it's going to come down and stop me out. And now I'm going to have to make back my money again. Okay, let me get focused here. Let's do just that. Price action is coming back down again. Seeing is a little bit buying, but we do have the sellers getting aggressive. I do have to hold this area though for a buy. We're going to move a stop down here into this area. I'm looking for just a quick rotation. Beautiful. We're going to scalp it out. Only up 860 right now. I got about $1,200 that I need to make. Let's do it. Price action is now moving a little bit higher. I don't see the buyer stepping in yet. Let me blow this up again so everybody can see it over there. I'm looking for this area to hold, but I'm in a little bit too high to get long right now because this is where sellers got aggressive and buyers were not willing to get aggressive up here. But we do have this VPOC that we're holding right now. I do see some buying pressure coming in here, not because it's green. We're buying more than we're actually selling. We're back into the open of the bar again. Let's go ahead and get long into this area and look and see if we can't go ahead and break the range to the high because we're back up here cycling again. My auctions are through here. We're cycling through the auctions right now. Sellers are getting aggressive again. I got in too high. Okay, let's delete that. Look for this low to come in. And I'm going to scale myself into this position. Let's see here. And this should be extending. Oh, because it's off of the longer time frame. There we go. There's a place to get in to add into the position. I'm not looking at taking a $3,700 loss. I'm putting this in as defensive area right now. I'm waiting for the highs to break. I need this to go into a positive bar. There we go. Got our positive bar. I'm going to go ahead and grab one limit order, and I want to be out with one here for about $360 gain. Beautiful. Got the $360 gain. We're going to go ahead and move our stop to a break even. That's still one. That's still two there. I only need one. And I don't want to take an expense on this. There we go. So we got a little rotation there to the upside. Got a breakout to the last contract, the second contract there. The reason why I didn't move my stop and keep it down here into this position is because one, I can still keep going in, but two, we couldn't even get above here for the value above the VPOC over here. And so I'm looking for price action to still be rotating to the lower side. Not interested in going long yet because we have the resistance above us here. So I'm looking for price action to rotate back down a little bit deeper into this area for another position for a long. Let's see. Was the yellow highlighted box on the order flow? So these right here are areas that I drew. This is from the longer term period, which is coming in from the 30-minute. This is an area here that I've recognized as an area of support and resistance, and this is from a longer term area as well. I think no, that was from something else that I drew. Oh, that's from the area of here that I drew, looking for possible buying support out of that area. And price action is starting to cycle back down through now to the short side. This is where we could be seeing a continuation to the downside. Got some buyers stepping in there. That's a great question, by the way. Thank you for that question. That was awesome. I signed up for the live on Discord. Can I expect something Monday? Well, yeah. Monday, what will happen is at 9:40, I'll be live. Just come on in to the stream on 9:40, just like you came into this stream here. It's the same thing. There's no signups. There's no cost. There's no anything else. Just, come in. I'll be there at 9:40. I missed the long here off of these lows. Oh, God. I don't like it when I see positions like that after the fact, because that right there was beautiful. That's where you get your $300-400 back, and I still have $800 back. And $800 I need to get back from this market because, yeah, damn it. Okay, that's all right. Beautiful. So I missed one, right? Missed one here, and that's okay. Is price going to break out of the highs here? I don't see anything in order flow right now to give me any indication for either direction, for the long or the short. A little bit of buying pressure there, but we came right back down and tested and didn't buy lower. And if you're willing to buy here and you're not willing to buy lower, I have to question how aggressive you are as a buyer. I'm mistaken. Oh no, that's the bot warning. Um, what did I see in what, Henry? Can we get a pullback into that area real quick? Bingo. There it is. Now we can have a very small stop, about $350. I'm looking for price action to trade out of this area pretty quickly. I'm not seeing buyers stepping in again. This, do we get above it? No, we don't. Okay. Now we can be cycling lower because of that little move right there. And there's the pullback to go short. And now we're going to go ahead and go on to the short side because we're not getting anywhere on the buyer side. And now I have some more drawdown that I have to get through. And that's okay. And it's going to go back up again. I'm all kinds of messed up right now, aren't I? All right. That's okay. Oh, man. All right. VPOC shifted. We have the buyers. Beautiful. I wish I was in micros right now. I'd be shorting another one. Let's go ahead and do that. Short another one. I'm looking for price action to hold this area. I do want to be out of one. Just above this area right here. No. What are you doing? Right there. So I do want to be out of one there. And if I can get out of that one, I need to shut down this stops. Get my, there we go. Beautiful. Shut this down, bring this in, put it right above this high. We're going to see some support in here. Yep. Okay. Beautiful. Back up to 875. Cool. All right. Now we're just trading in this range. I want to wait for a little bit of a range breakout unless I can see another lower low and a reason to get in for a little scalp. Oh, the yellow, got you. That is VPOC, volume point of control in each one of the bars. It's where the most volume is traded in each bar. So we have the VPOC here, and so total volume, the amount of total volume on the bid and the ask on that given bar, the most volume traded in that 2-minute period are these. And what you'll notice is when these stack together like this, they're going to act as support and resistance. But we have this really tight area of support and resistance between the two, extremely rotational, right? This is where you want to come in with micros, bring in 2 to 3 contracts down here, okay, for the long side, because you're trading in this range, right? And you're looking for it to come up here. So you're going to be taking one out here, you're going to be taking one out here, and then you're taking another one out pretty much at that same area. And then up in this area, you're going short again to do the same thing. You're taking one out here because you're looking at these as being the areas that are going to hold that they're going to be magnets for price to come back to in the rotation. And if you're out with one here, what are you doing? You're adding in that one again when it comes back down in here because you're still anticipating it to be rotational because it hasn't broke. There you go. Now you're out of the longs, and now you're looking for reasons to go short. Nothing's telling you to go short yet, but you're looking for a short from this area in anticipation that these highs are not going to break. and now it's moving up through there. Let's see if we can actually break out of this area. If not, we're rotational. I'm just showing you guys a technique that you can use to trade around chop and rotation, where most individuals get chopped up, right? And then they're out of the market at the huge loss on a day because they just got chopped up. And then I want to be out with this one right about there. Let's see if it gives it to me. And we're up 230. So we're going to go ahead and not take an expense on this. Let's go ahead and say we're going to make $100 or we're going to make 570, whichever one gets hit first. There we go, 570. Now we're up 1445 on the day. I only have about $600 more that I have to go. Back down here into this area. I'm not really ready to buy this yet. I want to see a little bit more movement down because of the buyers that are over here. And now we finally have a seller coming in here, right? As you have these buyers, you're anticipating the sellers to come back into this area. And now to buy this, I'm up too high right now. I don't want to do that at the moment. Fox 5, I've been divorced 2 years now. I've been in the live since all before you started talking about yours, and that helped me with how I see the end result because it was mostly true. Clips, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry for what you're going through. You know, it sucks, but let me share this idea with you, okay? And it's just an idea. That something that I've noticed in my own life. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's wrong. Just an idea. There's a 2015 out of the day. You guys like that little range trading there? Was that good? Was that fun? Told you I was going to get it back. Anyways, there is no period in my life that I can go back to when I can remember the deepest, darkest days of my life. Okay. Slub, thank you so much for being here. Really, really, truly appreciate you. I can go back to the deepest, darkest stages of my life. And I can go from that day and I can go forward in my life 5 years. And in that 5 years, my life is always better. It's like every 5 years we go into another cycle and life becomes better again. And you're 2 years in and divorce sucks. I'm still not completely over it. And it's 6 years in. I don't think I ever will be completely over it. It's always going to be a part of me and it's always going to be there. But it doesn't hinder me anymore like it did for the first 3-4 years. There is hope. It takes time. Be patient with yourself. You're not broken. There's nothing wrong with you. You went through a very traumatic situation. Give yourself time. Give yourself patience. Give yourself some grace. You will bounce back. Any questions? Any questions, comments, concerns? Dip, thank you so much for the subscription. Truly appreciate you. You guys are absolutely amazing. So appreciate each and every one of you. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming. I would love to. I would love to practice. I got to get these charts up. And I don't know if I'm going to get them in time or not to be able to stream and do anything of value. If you guys would like me to stream as I'm putting the charts together so you can see a whole new process, let me know. Put it in Discord, whatever you want to do. I can see about doing that. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. What is the best way of learning and getting food understanding of auction market theory to trade? Follow me. Come into my room. Ask questions. That's the only thing I can really tell you, Ram. I mean, I tried reading books. I tried reading other things. I tried doing other things. I'm not a guru at this stuff. Um, but as you can see, I know enough that I can pull a little bit of money out of the markets. You can get over it unless you go for a Thailand trip like I did after divorce. Now, see, Prath, I would have so done that if I would have had the money. Oh, I love Asia. Oh my God, I went all through Asia. Love Asia. See, look, there's the short. I was in that. I was in that. Allow myself to get stopped out, which is fine. But I was looking for that break on that short. Why? We came down, we closed, traded back into this area again, got down into the low, anticipate these lows down here to get tested. Auction market theory. That's how you get good at this, Ram. You watch somebody that knows it, that can follow it, that can explain it to you. Now, if you don't feel like I explain it to you well, now we got problems, right? I got to get better at that. But that's how you learn, Ram. Trade with me, practice with me. Will you be using the free version of Bookmap? No, I won't. I got the full version of Bookmap, not the free. But that's just more benefit to you guys anyhow. And hopefully we can get you through through an evaluation, and then through that evaluation, use the funds from your funded to get Bookmap. But as long as I'm alive, I'm going to be here, and you're going to have access to it anyhow because you'll see it on my screen. So, um, and then be here when I'm practicing it. And the key is to get you to the point where you can have access to that yourself. And if that's your intention and that's what you want, then let's move into that intention together. Think about taking another shot to the downside here. As you can see, I'm waiting patiently. It's not necessarily behaving in a way of what I would want it to do right now. I do have some buyers down here, so I don't just want to short down there because it's down there. I want to wait. And we're right back up to cycling up into the highs again. I don't really have an area up there, and I have my buyers below me, so I don't really want to short up there because the buyers could come in and take me out. And so I want to wait and be patient. Um, where the pink and blue circles, those are just dots showing the difference of size discrepancy. When one side is a little bit higher than the other, those dots pop up. So they're basically saying that buyers are more aggressive there on the cyan, and the pink magenta is sellers are more aggressive in that area, just because the size discrepancy between the two is greater than the other side. This could come back and bite me, but I like the buyers stepping in there. There's the low. Do we get a little bit of expansion here? I'd like to see some momentum. Can we get another momentum bar, please? Nope, not right now. That said no, Tony. We don't want to give you another momentum bar right now. Okay, I'll wait. There we go. Not moment. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Put my stop right below this area right here. There's the 460. We're up 700. We're going to pop in 500. We're now up 900, up 665. That's what I was looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little pop to the downside. Keep scaling it in, up 1,000, up 870. Get a little bit more aggressive because of all of the orders coming in here, anticipating a pullback. There's 1,045. There's 3,095 on the day. Let's go. Um, Zell, yeah, I do. I know they came out of the woodworks. These people are amazing, and they're asking me great questions, and they want to learn. And no, it's this is why I do this. Explain. Sorry. Can you plan that short you just got stopped out on? Oh yeah. So why did I get into the short? So what came in, price action couldn't break these highs up here. And we made some higher highs and we just have rejection, rejection, rejection. So we have buyers not willing to buy higher prices. And so we're going to test around and move into other areas of support beneath us. And each time we moved into those areas, look where the bars closed. The bars closed near the low of the bars each time. So here, right? But by the time we come into here, we're expecting a little bit of a pullback. So we get the pullback, but that's right next to IB. So we get the IB pullback in here, right? Price action's coming right back into this area again. This could be an area where we could see buyers. And so I was really waiting. And we have buyers right down here. And so I'm waiting. And as soon as we got through those buyers, I'm anticipating price action to move lower swiftly through the IB, right? And where to go to? Right here to this little area that I have on my 30-minute chart, right? And price action rejected and immediately moved higher. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I just push buttons. I've never seen someone trailing stop like that. My stop loss will be still sitting over there waiting for a hit. Prath, I mean, it's right. These are scalp positions I'm taking, and if you're scalping, you got to give the market. You got to take the money that the market's giving you. You got to take the money the market's willing to give you, and if not, then you're just hoping and praying. And hoping and praying doesn't exist in the markets. Praying might, I mean, whatever, whatever your beliefs are or whatever, it has nothing to do with beliefs. It's hoping and praying that something is going to happen rather than just taking what it's going to give you in the first place. And this is probably going to come back and get me. I'm being a little bit too aggressive right now. We do see some sellers coming into this area, which I kind of anticipate. You have to get back through the buyers, though. The buyers are supporting this each time. The more buyers are going to support it, the chances are it's going to come up and take out the highs. So I told you guys I have an expectancy of 2,000, 3,000 on a day. I just can't accept it. So I got to come back down to 2,000, right? Price action's down, getting back through those buyers and coming off nicely. If I was in micros, I'd be shorting some more down through that area. I'm not, so I can't. We do have support here, right here at this area, right where the buyers came in, anticipating resistance here in this area, right where we're testing. Sellers are coming back in. Do we test back down here again? That's the question. Or are buyers going to come back up here and test higher prices? Now they're testing the higher prices. This is going to come back and stop me out now. There it is. 2135. Do I really use TPO? You pull out and pray in my strategy. Exactly. You're welcome, Ram, anytime. Do I rarely use TPO? I don't use TPO at all. I use volume profiling, and the volume profiling I use is to get my areas. And once I have my areas, then I trade around my areas. Possible momentum coming in here, testing the highs. See if I can get a little bit of that back that I just expenditured. Now, does the momentum come in? There we go, a little bit. Up 220. Let's lock in 160 on this. Up 355. We're going to lock in 195 because we're coming into the highs here that haven't been broken for a while. 570. We're going to lock in the 280. Lock in the 340. And there we go. 2575 sounds good for a day. And why was I aggressive there? Because we're moving into the highs that we haven't been able to break. and it's 10:24, so less than an hour of trading with a high of what 3,000, 3,200 on the day, whatever it was, and ending the day up 25.75. Any questions, comments, concerns? Thinking about ending the stream here, done trading in this little range. I hope that you have a better idea of how to trade a ranged market condition now. We even had a little bit of an extension to the downside that we're able to get a little bit aggressive on. Yeah, overall, a pretty good trading day. I would give myself a B, C plus to a B in my trading. Made a couple mistakes, a couple of errors, got a little aggressive in a couple times, but that's okay. I'll take a C plus or a B on a day, especially when I could be up 25.75. There's a point in time where if I was a B trader, I took I saw myself as a 79 to a 85% trader in a given day. I would have been down, a few $1,000s, not up. So getting there, definitely getting there. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. I want to thank each and every one of you that has supported the channel today, that have talked, that have shared, that have, made things so much better. Say up 25.75 for the Thailand trip, 100%. Yes, 100%. I need to double that though. I'm gonna have fun. I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you for the support. I want to thank you for the questions, for the conversations, for just the sheer acceptance. This community is growing to something absolutely amazing, and I truly appreciate each and every single one of you. Um, this is amazing and more than I could have ever asked for, and I really appreciate that you guys are here, that you want to spend your time, your valuable time, the most valuable commodity that you have in your life. And to think that you want to spend it here on a Saturday afternoon with me or Saturday evening, wherever you're at in the world, really, really means a lot to me. And I don't take that lightly. I do take that as a responsibility. And I hope that you're able to get something out of this today. So thank you so much for being here. And I might be on tomorrow. I'm not sure. Depends on what I do with the deep charts, or with the, not the deep charts, but the bookmap charts. And I will definitely be here 9:40 a.m. on Monday, ready to trade the US session. Hopefully we have bookmap charts to go off of with that. With that in mind, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. Truly appreciate you. Ram, you are so welcome anytime. Thank you and take care, and you guys enjoy. And until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you too are loved. Enjoy, guys.